those scammer shows where like they'll like be like on like they've like hacked the scammer system. They've like intercepted the victim, and the victim is literally sitting there, damn near fighting the cops, the bank, the scammers, telling them that they're being scammed. It is way harder to tell someone that they are being deceived because that takes a bit of pain personally that you are quote unquote stupid.
Now
Um,
we were both you're a little bit older than me, but it seems like when was the first time you got an email from someone in Nigeria only needing a few $100s from you in order to release $1.2 million from the bank, right?
I've gotten those emails.
And
yeah,
did you immediately know this is some guy in India and my buddy, like I would put my buddy's email addresses in like, just to spam them out there, whatever, is like a joke, right? As a teenager. And I'm like, oh, I must have entered my email in a wrong place. And now I get this fucking spam. And you knew it was spam. Do people have cognitive dissonance and fall for these and then want to continue to fall for them no matter what anyone
Yes.
says, unless they're penniless and homeless, and then they go,
so
oh, now I'm going to believe in the flat earth.
No, so they do believe in scams because they want to. I recommend a book called The Confidence Game by Maria Konnikova. She talks about this in detail. It's really interesting.
especially with when you're talking about like the belief, the majority of these scams are like, hey, your kid is traveling in Mexico where the federales, unless you pay us $10,000, are going to break his legs or some shit. And then like they'll like have another person call in and fake to be the kid. Like it makes them believe there's a really perilous life or death scenario, very similar to Christianity. And then like that person holds on
Wait,
to
what does
that
that
life.
have to do with religion? I don't understand.
You don't listen to God, you go to hell.
Well, yeah, if you don't watch the stop, the crosswalk signal, you might get run over. Just because there are rules doesn't mean that it's false.
I didn't. That wasn't any part of my argument of there being rules of there being false. I'm just saying it's part of the carrot and stick of Christianity. You do what I say, you go to heaven. You do what I say, scam artist, from the scam artist to the lady, your person doesn't get hurt.
So Matthew,
Or
we're talking about how the human mind works, and we don't know. The science is still out on that. Where does Joe Rogan think memories are stored or ideas? We're swimming through a river of ideas, and you have to catch that salmon like a bear with your mouth.
I put the link in the chat to the book I recommended.
yeah, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance, especially in flat art. Um, it's like here's something that explains 99.99% of things you can see and experience, and it's always, what about this? What about this? What about this? And it's always, what about God, basically.
And then there was one. What's up, Walker? We got ADTY in here. Echoplex. Don, why don't you talk more? The boys say they like your voice. Come on, Walker, you can lie to us. Oh, Q-Op's back.
I wasn't here before. That guy Ali G just tries to pretend like me, but he's nice.
Oh yeah, okay. Like we can't fucking hear in your mouth your little elongated tongue trying to move the fuck out of the way.
Wait, what was that? A reptile reference?
Did your uncle have the same long tongue? Did you inherit it that side of the family?
I don't know if this is an insult or like a compliment.
Oh, was it the same uncle that touched you as a child?
All my uncles are in Italy, and I grew up in America. So impossible.
What made you have sexual fetishes for other uncles?
I only met my uncles like a couple times.
It was those 2 times that did it, huh?
I was not aroused even the slightest bit.
Are you mad because his uncle shook his hand and your uncle didn't shake your hand as a kid?
Oh shit!
Well, you know what's a good, strong handshake? Tells another man.
He's good at giving hand jobs.
No, that you're gonna give his wife a nice foot massage. Cue up. Ask D-Mock a question. And pretend not to be a flat earther, by the way.
Wait, what?
I've never made you laugh.
That was funny. We're so specific.
Do as we ask, please.
What question?
Question number 2. Is English your only language?
No.
Ah, ¿qué pasa, mi amigo?
No. I speak human. I don't know.
Humanese?
I don't think you could call it English or que paso or amigo. I speak Damakian. Hello.
Are you from Democtria?
No, I'm just saying. I don't think really. I just talk. I guess I don't know.
Yo, shoe belt.
Well, I mean, I'm not English. Like, come here and English. No, I don't
Pass me a
speak that.
bottle of water, governor.
Aluminium.
They literally have an extra letter in there. I don't want to know where it is. They're fundamental building blocks of Earth, spaceship Mother Earth, has the most valued, recyclable, used material on Earth spelt differently than the rest of the world.
Bro, they're going fucking hard at lying over there in the Christian debate. I don't know why you would want to defend a religion as a flat earther. It's so contradictory. I mean, modern Christianity is literally like is basically the same sun worship cult as the Globers believe in. It's kind of funny that they defend it and then they debate the Globers on
Why don't you
heliocentrism.
talk about concave Earth?
No one wants to talk about concave Earth. It's not relevant.
You don't think so? It's just the inverted ball, right? So it's still a ball. There
Yeah,
was just being cabal.
they keep all the lies of the map and the 24-hour sun in the south. They don't have to deal with debating any of those things. They could just say, oh, they're real. It's just all inverted. So we're it's a different thing than the globe. So we're not normies, but
You can stand on the inside of a circle of a sun path and see it one way, and then you can stand on the edge of it, see it one way too. So on the outside of the of a thing going around in the sky, you'll see it go from right to left like that if it's going around that way. Then if you stand on the inside of it and face me, now you're going to see it come from your left to your right. So it depends on where you're standing in that cold area that you could consider North Pole and then South Pole on the same spot. It just depends on where they would bring you and then where you would see it from your point of view. And it could be the same thing, be no different.
How many poles does Earth have? Not the people, fuckface.
None, no poles. It's a made up story. So now it should be time to get to the bottom of this, boys. Are you ready to get to the bottom of why the Department of Defense lies to you? And why you guys just believe 800 different maps that don't make no sense?
Did you believe we were going to be back on the moon and
I
Mars?
want to see I want to see the sun's path on the fucking ground with a globe map. I want to see where the sun goes, like Eratosthenes. I want to be Globotosthenes, and I want to know where the sun is for everybody's high noon at every fucking time, all the way, the whole path.
Silly.
Yeah, because you can't do it. Globe model must not work.
We've
Silly.
done it thousands of years.
Oh, this looks like a big
Yeah.
squiggly line.
Yeah, we've done nothing. That made no sense. You don't even know what stuff looks like from a ball's perspective because you won't go in a lab and test one out. You won't put a little camera on it. You won't call a light to sun and spin it around and make up more lies because you can't make nothing you guys claim even makes any fucking sense. You have no reference for it except look, we're on flat Earth. Look what happens in our flat Earth sky. Cool. What would a globe look like? I wonder. Could we ever find out? Ever?
Well, who's the senator said we want to send a satellite out and then look back at Earth? That was in what, 2019? Was it like Johnson or? D-Mock, what do you think when they say low Earth orbit? Is that where the satellites go around us?
Like what? Like a hula hoop above your head? Sure.
Yeah, is there a high Earth orbit?
No, there's just air.
Now, they say that when these rockets, quote unquote, are being destroyed over Tel Aviv, that we don't see explosions, we just see the ion whatever, which looks like when Elon Musk sends his rockets out right at it. I assume it was always at sunset, but what I believe is truly lighting up whatever is up there is not the excuse they have of having no air so nothing can burn. nor can you hear it somehow, right? I just see the sun lighting up the shit because there's something for the photons to bounce off of, as they would say, right? So they're shooting these Iron Dome rockets. They say, how many miles up? It's not 40,000 feet. It's not 4 miles up. It's maybe the guy was misspeaking. Who knows? T-Monk, do you believe these rockets are going from Iran to Israel, and in between they're achieving low Earth orbit or going up that high?
Bro, there's no rockets coming from Iran to Israel. It's all a fireworks system. The Iron Dome is.
You know, it
just a
does look like
fireworks system.
and fireworks are expensive. If I would be there, and if I smell like you do every 4th of July, then you know it's this bullshit Chinese made fireworks.
I'm completely wrecking this chat. I need to have a little break.
Don, you don't want to talk too much. You're going to turn on Q-Op.
I don't know. I don't mind about Q-Up. Let's Q-Up in the corner, losing his religion.
Hey, I walked away and I heard weird stuff. What'd you say?
I just said if I speak, I will trigger you to speak.
Why would you say?
I said I'm wrecking the chat. I disagreed that space-time bends, and so now 4 people hate me and think my mum's a prostitute and I'm a clown.
What kind of glober are you? Like, I don't know if I know your model. Like, are you a geocentrist? You don't believe in space time? Like, how do you
Oh
do
no,
it?
heliocentrist. I believe light and balls curve through space, through geodesics. I just don't think there's a space-time fabric.
So what's making them turn into balls?
I think it's the mass itself coalescing.
So Newtonian?
Yeah.
Old school.
Maybe,
Well, you know what's
yes,
funny about
I never
the
learned
whole
enough math.
Wasn't it interesting? Like, I think it's like they're actually trolling us with the Newton, like, story that how he got hit with an apple and he figured out gravity, or his theory of gravity. What's funny
I
is
don't
that
think Newton
the
knows
apple. What's funny is the apple is the most perfect, representation of the toroidal field. So they're actually, kind of, they're giving you like a little clue there about what gravity really is in the stupid fucking myth they gave us.
So if you believe in the toroid stuff and this sort of,
I don't believe in it. It's reproduced. Like you can observe it.
I mean, you think that explains the Earth and cosmology.
It's the only provable, like, invisible, force pulling thing. So once they come up with a second thing, we can maybe have a different theory. But right now, there's only one possible
similar
theory.
to space time. You think
No,
there's
it's not. No. Space time. I mean, mathematically, geometrically. The space time wormhole is kind of like a vortex of a toroid, but it's not a real phenomenon. It's just, you know.
That's what I'm saying. So it would be hard for you to convince me that there's magical bending.
Yeah, but you can see it. I can, I gotta get a toroidal viewer. It's like a lens with some little ferromagnetic fluid, and you see the toroid and the counter space.
I guess my question would be: if space-time is real, what are they on about? What is empty space, and why is it bending?
Well, they say mass, makes the fabric of space-time bend.
Yeah, that's a sort of contradiction, I think, because they're just saying it's mass.
Well, there's no science to it. It's just math. After the Michelson-Morley went wrong, they had to they came up with something to get rid of the ether, make a new physics, and prove the Earth is spinning with the ad hoc physics.
He's saying it now. Space ain't empty, so he thinks it's like an ether.
Well, they thought it was an ether when they did the Michelson-Morley.
I'm just not sure I can believe that.
That they believed in the ether?
I can't believe that empty space is invisible thing. Like, also, I can't explain why light is bending towards masses, which is the main part of their evidence. But I just think it would be more likely. It might still bend towards masses if there wasn't a magic fabric.
Well, that's kind of simple. It's like when a lens bends light. It's just the light is traveling through something curved. So the gradients of gas are, in a sense, they don't allow for a straight flow of like the water.
So they're almost saying the universe is a gas cloud, almost.
Well, they say space-time is the reason that light is bending around galaxies.
Yeah, and the mass is making the empty space have curvature. I'm just not sure they're right.
Yeah, exactly.
They could be right. So we could be a big invisible energy cloud.
Well, if they were right, then we would see weird stuff like the sun, which is supposedly like extremely massive, would be bending light, and it wouldn't look like a perfect sphere in the sky.
We'd see more magic if space-time was bending. I'm willing to give them that the universe might be an energy cloud. I just don't think they've got good evidence personally to assert that.
I mean, the thing with Newtonian like gravity is that like you're saying like just mass just intrinsically has this property which causes gravity, or gets pulled by gravity or to other mass, but everything is made up, like in every model, everything is made up of charged particles. It's just charged, so you're still kind of appealing to the the charged ether, for the reason things attract you to.
Like the invisible forces, magnetism, electricity, and gravitation, if it's real, they all seem to have influence across the cloud. So I can see why people believe it. I mean, they have influence through the cloud. People are claiming they curve, and they're influenced.
How come what's his name is in talking?
Oh yeah, what's his name?
Doofus is usually pretty defensive of this kind of stuff, or just anything in general with the globe.
I just got here, man.
Give him a sec to warm up.
Do you have any
ground running, dude? You gonna let him do that to you? Just kidding.
Do you have anything for any proof of space time? Any in the lab? Anything?
We're questioning whether or not space time is a thing.
Yeah, I was just talking about how like I think gravity is like downward dielectric acceleration caused by everything being charged, and us being like on an inertial plane with
We're changing the definition of words now.
Everything you said, Q-Up, supports space-time more than what all the globers told me. Just because you think of it differently.
No, I know it's not the same at all. There's no.
It's dielectric, whatever the fuck that means.
Whatever dielectric, you don't know what dielectric means?
Well, I know what it actually means. I mean, you got a different definition than I do.
How do I have a different definition?
Because I work with wires and capacitors, and they have a dielectric in them.
Okay, so what did I say that was different than that?
Dielectric or downward dielectric acceleration, because that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so if the North Pole is a vortex, right? that downward, and the Earth is flat, then everything is going down with that vortex in that same direction, downward through the dielectric.
There's a whole heap of ifs in there.
Okay, sure, but I'm just like, it works how I'm using it. So
Not in the way that I know how dielectric is defined. You have to redefine it in order to say what you just said.
no, it's the same dielectric. It's just within different like little you're talking about within the cables, and I'm talking about within the Earth.
Okay, that doesn't make things accelerate.
Okay, but magnetism is the only thing that we've ever seen to move objects, and electrostatics. So to say that the dielectric, which is just literally a like the dielectric is basically like in union with the magnetic right field. They're just two parts of the same ether field. So to say that the dielectric doesn't cause things to move is ridiculous.
Well, see, the dielectric, the word that I know of, is the stuff in the cables and capacitors, and the way that that's defined, that doesn't cause things to move. To say what I'm saying is ridiculous means you have to redefine the word dielectric to mean something else than everybody else is already aware of.
When you grab that dielectric cable and you're grounded, or when you're like stepping on the floor, yeah, when you're gonna move, right? Your hair's gonna move, all kinds of shit.
You didn't introduce a charge into the problem. Now I'm just grabbing a grounded cable and I'm grounded and nothing happens.
No, I didn't mean the grounded cable. I just meant you're grounded because you need to get electrocuted. You need to be like stepping on the floor. I mean, I can turn on my Van de Graaff right now and make my hair lift up. I can make a napkin lift up. You got a space-time generator?
How many dielectrics is it?
Yeah, so nobody on any side is saying a Van de Graaff generator doesn't introduce charge and like charges repel. Nobody's saying, or nobody's disagreeing with that idea. So you have to come up with something that the downward dielectric acceleration can describe that we don't already agree with. Or just say you have your own personal definition of dielectric.
It's the cause of gravity.
Can you just acknowledge that you have your own personal definition of dielectric, maybe?
No, it's just you just don't believe the Earth is flat.
It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, because a dielectric in a cable or a capacitor does not, the way that the word is defined that everybody uses except for you, doesn't support your position. You have,
no one talks about the dielectric.
You have to use your own personal definition of the word dielectric in order to say downward dielectric acceleration.
Okay, what would you call lightning then?
It's an arc through it's an arc through the air.
It's a downward dielectric acceleration. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no, because the words that I used were not the same as the words that you used.
Okay, does lightning have electricity that goes up to meet the lightning that's coming down?
I mean, you can see that before the lightning strike actually happens.
So the answer is yes.
Yes, there are some leads.
There's
some leads of arcs that go upward.
And what is the geometry? What is it?
Finally connect are the ones that where the largest plasma is.
And what is the geometry of a dielectric acceleration? Is it electricity going up and down into the vortex at the same time?
The question doesn't make sense. The geometry of a dielectric acceleration is not a sensible, is a nonsensical statement.
Because you don't understand the geometry of the toroid and the dielectric.
I definitely know what a toroid is. To gaslight me and say I don't know what the geometry of a toroid is just gaslighting. That's all it is.
So you understand that the dielectric goes through the toroid vortex, right, and meets in counter space.
I understand the thing that you just made up. No, probably not.
I didn't. How did I make that up? That's literally what that means.
Okay, say it again. Try it again.
Try what again? It's very simple.
Try the whole goes through the toroid thing. Do that again. Say that again.
The whole toroid is magnetic field that goes around. That's when it's called magnetism. And when it's going through the vortex, it's concentrated. It becomes what we call
Going through
dielectric
what
acceleration
vortex?
through the vortex from both sides.
Going through what vortex?
The vortex in the middle of the toroid. What do you mean, dude?
Okay, a toroid doesn't have a vortex. A toroid is a
Okay.
surface shape.
Okay, nice.
Okay, nice is not a rebuttal.
I mean, you. I don't have to rebuttal. You just said that the toroid doesn't have a vortex, so I just automatically
Here,
went.
I'm looking
Well,
out
because
my front window.
because if you look
Where's the
up,
toroid? Can you
yeah,
show
if
me
you,
a toroid?
Nice, left lane. Valuable contribution.
right, okay, so if I look up what a toroid is, there's no vortex there. It's the
Okay,
definition of the
look
shape.
up the
It's the
vortex in the
definition of a.
toroid.
It is the definition. When you look up a toroid, it's the definition of a shape of a surface. It is a static object. It doesn't have a vortex. A vortex requires movement of some kind.
And the dielectric is moving. The magnetic field is also moving.
Magnetic fields typically aren't moving unless the thing that's creating them is moving.
Is your Earth's magnetic field not moving?
It's very, very, very slowly.
So yes, it is moving. So I mean, how many times do you want to be wrong in like 10 minutes? Like it's crazy.
Okay, am I wrong though? If I say the Earth's magnetic field is moving exceptionally slowly, that statement does not validate the other statement that you made, which is there's a vortex.
Bro, just look up the vortex in the toroid, dude. Like, what the fuck? It's not this. How are we debating this?
Well, because you're using the definitions of words that nobody else uses. That's what the problem is. It's a breakdown in communication. If
Okay,
I
so
go look up what a toroid is, if I go look up what a toroid is, nobody's going to. If I go look up what a toroid is, it's not going to say the word vortex anywhere in the fucking definition. That's some shit you made up.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take that. I made up the vortex in the toroid. Cool. That sounds awesome. Can you say that like QOP invented the vortex in the toroidal field so I can clip that and use that forever? And
Go
claim
ahead.
that I did?
Clip it all you want. It's already live. What the fuck are you talking about?
QOP. Just say QOP did that.
Yeah, okay, QOP. You created the idea that a toroid necessarily has a vortex.
Thank you. I'm gonna send Ken Wheeler that and Dyson.
Yes, you can send that to the people who are fucking crazy. That's wonderful.
Do you believe our hearts are a vortex?
Well, yeah, but I want Doofus to say that I discovered that our hearts are vortexual.
I mean,
hearts pump blood because they're pumps.
It's a
what? Well, okay, here's a better question.
Why do you introduce electricity to Kickstar's heart?
What happens when your
Because it's a muscle, and muscles
drains
respond
this
to
last bit
electricity.
of water?
It has nothing to do with the dielectric flow in the vortex of the heart.
It has nothing to do with the dielectric flow because the words dielectric flow together, the words dielectric flow when put together mean absolutely nothing.
Is it word salad?
Yes, dielectric flow.
Word salad.
Word salad.
Thank you. I feel like I'm
is
doing
a dielectric. QOP. What units is dielectrics? Dielectric. What units are there?
I don't do measurements like that. I'm not that much of a geek.
That much is obvious.
What could I do?
Okay.
What could I do now, like right where I am, to like measure the dielectrics at my location, the shape or the direction or anything?
That's really, really vague.
What could I do? What could I do to measure which direction the dielectric gradient is, or how much dielectric it is? Like,
How
is it
fast?
5 dielectrics per meter? Or what is it?
There's like infinite. There's an infinite dielectric field. There's infinite toroids all around us. Everything is toroidal. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Sounds metaphysical.
I'm like, well, how do I measure one?
Measure everything. Everything you measure is the ether flow.
So how much or how fast is the ether flow then?
You guys have to. What you guys have to do is prove that the electric and magnetic has nothing to do with what we're observing to be like these invisible forces.
I think it's backwards, isn't it?
Pretend I'm a
It's
flat
backwards.
earther, and I just want to know more about what.
We don't have to prove that all these things are
Like, what are
electrostatic.
you-
Like everything is
What
electric.
does it do? Like, where can I find one?
Nothing. Your whole fucking atomic model is electric. So we just
Not
automatically
mine.
win. You
No,
guys
no, no,
have to
no. Don't
prove
give
that
me
you made
anything.
it also
I want what
based
you
on.
have. Don't put anything on me. I want what you have, and I want to do it. So
It's called an
what do I?
electron cloud, not a space-time cloud, bro.
That sounds like charge. Like I can measure charge. So like, where do I
Congrats, you
measure
did it.
charge to like figure out
Anywhere
what
you
you're
want.
talking about?
Yeah,
Like
charge
above
is
my
not.
head and then at my foot. Like, could I do that?
Charge is not dielectric flow, whatever the fuck that means.
You just what?
Exactly what? Because if you come in here saying some things like the dielectric flow, and we challenge you on it, and you have nothing to provide, then it's bullshit.
You're the one that said that you know about the dielectric flow within cables, so I don't know what you're talking about.
There's no dielectric flow in cables, and I did not say those words. What I said is there's a dielectric in the cable.
So you don't like the term flow? It's not flowing. Like
It's
why are the
material.
cables? Why are the cables
Or
like?
quality of a material. That's how
Why
I
are the
understand.
cables connected and so that they can connect to houses from power plants? It's not flowing through it.
The dielectric is not the thing flowing. The dielectric is a material in the cable itself.
It's a material.
And pointed. And
Yes,
make
a dielectric
and
material
flux.
in the cable. They put it in there for a certain impedance for the wire.
He's gonna
It's
get
like
real
if I have a
distracted
50, if I have a 50 ohm cable or a 75 ohm cable, they have a different dielectric in there, or at least a different amount of it.
Oh, you mean we already know what dielectric means, then, right?
Yeah, like it already has a definition, and QOP has some unusual, unheard
So
of
like
definition.
olive oil could be your dielectric, and it can
Yeah,
flow
you put
around.
sugar
But
and
I don't
water.
think that that's what he's thinking it does.
Rufus,
See how many times
define
QOP can say I
dielectric.
said something without actually saying it.
There's
Sorry,
surely
what are
some
you guys-
documentation, something you could back this up with some citation or
What are
documentation.
you guys talking about, dude?
There's an old
You guys
timey
want me
term,
to like just
dielectric
like
constant.
show you like accredited
Yep, it's a property of a material.
paper saying my exact words, so it doesn't count as
That's what I asked for.
anything valuable.
I asked for anything outside of your imagination that I can do to
I just have
interact
to
with this thing.
verbatim just repeat like something a PhD said.
Well, you do have to say something that we can actually demonstrate.
You're always
like
interacting with it. I
dielectric
don't know
flow.
what
That
kind of,
doesn't-
what are you talking about?
we can't do anything with that.
I said lightning. You confirmed that lightning is electricity going up and down to meet. That is what the dielectric
Okay, electricity
is.
going up and down. We already have words for that, and that's those words that I just used.
Yeah, it's called dielectric.
When you say that is also some other words that I just made up, that doesn't help anybody. That's just redefining words. If we have a stream of electrons going in one direction, and a stream of electrons going in that same direction but coming from the ground, we have words for that. We can describe what that is.
Okay,
But we don't need to create
Look
additional words that we already have definitions for and changing those definitions, like dielectric flow, because that doesn't help anybody accomplish anything.
I'm about to get off, dude. I just want to tell you that your mainstream agrees with me, so I don't know why we're debating. Yes,
Yeah,
lightning is a phenomenon related to dielectric breakdown, specifically the dielectric breakdown of air. So
Okay,
I don't
so
know what is
the
going on, dude,
dielectric
but this is
material
not-
in this
this is not
instance is the air, right?
theory that I came up with. You guys are fucking retarded. Goodbye. Talk to you later.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
boy.
had to lie and leave immediately. He had
He's like,
to
I'm about
lie
to
that
shut
the
up,
mainstream
Reggie.
agrees with him and then leave as fast as possible.
He got his clips though. He got his sound bites.
Yeah,
He's gonna
so
go squirt them all over the internet now.
he specifically cited the dielectric constant of air and then said the mainstream says the dielectric flow is a thing. So he had to lie as quickly as possible.
Air has wind, and so blowing wind is dielectric flow, constant. Obviously.
All right, someone say ether.
Well, I
You
was saying
just did.
either, but he gone now.
I seem to break flat earthers frequently.
I wanted to ask Pop, like, all right, so like the flat Earth is the source,
that means you go deep enough and it's flowing up. Like, how deep do I have to dig before the dielectric flows up?
Yeah, where's the change in direction for the toroid?
And wouldn't it be a
And
gradient,
why?
like, in the opposite direction they're saying? Because, like, right before that flip would be the weakest part of the gradient, not the strongest.
Also, the best part is, if it's a toroid, why does everything fall straight down on a flat Earth? Because that wouldn't make any sense on a toroid. If the field that causes things to fall has some toroidal shape to it, and the Earth is flat, and that field is what causes things to fall, these things can't possibly agree with the observation that things fall down to the ground.
I think you guys are dodging the bull with these toroids.
Diverging and converging. You're forgetting it's both.
Yeah, it's convergent and divergent. And of course, don't forget, centripetal is convergence and centrifugal is divergence because reasons.
Yep. It's weird.
What's the more reasonable explanation? And then what is this this premise of this concept that you have of like up and down? Like is that like a relative description of dirt and sky? Like what do you mean up or down?
See, now to reuse a thing that Whitsitt says, which he's actually correct about, falsification is independent of replacement. When QOP says it's electricity or electrostatics and magnetism, the reason why things fall, and that field is in the shape of a toroid, we can disprove that with the simple observation that things fall straight down to the ground. If it was a toroid that was causing things to fall, there would be places where they would fall in different directions other than straight down.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what you mean. Like, so directions are they absolute? Are these arbitrary concepts you're trying to describe, and that things fall? I mean, you'd have to prove those two. There's two premises.
I'm not doing the presuppositionalist game. That's not what's happening today.
I'd point in a direction to show you, but I don't know if my hands exist, so sorry.
Right. Because I have to define what directions are. In order to satisfy your arbitrary request, I have to define what directions are and whether or not they're something that I can actually use.
What is it? What
to
is
describe
it
things that happen in reality?
What is it that defines directions?
You know,
that was the question.
in order to get to this point in the conversation, you have to question the whole idea. In order to get to this point in the conversation, you have to question the whole idea that directions exist.
Rufus, take a breath, bro.
You already said I'm out. Like you gave the I'm out. I don't want to do it. So why are you still talking? Yeah, so I'll just point out.
No, I said I wasn't going to do the presuppositionalist game. Yeah, I was very specific in
Go
what I said.
back to typing in text chat like you always fucking do.
Yeah, so
you have
Marty, when you complain about me not being in VC, and now you complain about me being in VC, that just means you're a hypocrite and a liar.
What's your foundation that contradictions cannot exist? Anyways, he put forward this idea that we have to I guess imagine this concept of up and down in relation to what I don't know, but now he's going to disprove up and down.
Nope, nobody's going to do any of that because for this part for us to get to this part of the conversation, for you to then say, oh well, what are directions? Can we actually have references to determine which way directions are? And can we do any of that? We don't. At this point in the conversation, we should know what directions are.
I don't know. I start over. A direction is what? In reference to what?
Yeah, we're not doing that game.
Yeah, you don't even know.
Exactly. In reference to what? They have an in and out, and that's all sexual fetishes for oblate spheroid pear shapes.
Seems so.
Or towards the surface and away from the surface are directions that already include the reference within them. So to ask what the reference is dishonest.
All right, so the Earth is your absolute reference for up and down?
Nobody said the word absolute until you just did.
Okay, so what is this reference? Is it absolute or is it arbitrary? What's going on?
The reference is given in the statement. Things going toward the surface of the Earth means things are going down. Things going away from the surface of the Earth are things going up.
Okay, so now things are going towards the surface of the Earth. That's what you're calling. The Earth is down. Uniformly for everybody. That's true.
Things falling in the direction of the surface of the Earth, that's down, yes.
Yeah, so that's your reference. So now you're saying the Earth is what is down.
No, I'm not saying the Earth is down. Yep,
No,
these are different words than what I'm using, and you're doing this specifically just to create agitation.
What is it that you're referencing for down?
I'm saying things falling in the direction of the surface of the Earth, that's downward. That's the direction of down.
Well, now you're gonna have to go over the falling thing, because so these are both together, like within
No,
your
I don't have to
definition.
go into the falling thing.
Okay,
Because
so then
everybody knows what falling is, and trying to redefine falling is absolutely not going to happen right now.
yeah, so you have this. Is this like your axiom that falling is something that cannot be substantiated any further? Then
Falling
it's
is
just
not
the basis of falling.
substantiated. No thanks, 2025.
And then you have down, which is just that's as foundational as it gets. You can't describe, and it's the Earth. The Earth is down, and falling is unexplainable, other than just the word falling. Is that where you have to begin from?
No, that's where you chose to be. You chose to be unsure of what falling means in this conversation.
What's falling in reference to what?
Yeah, thanks for proving my point.
And what is down in reference to what? You need some sort of reference so you can describe
that was already given to you. Don't say that I didn't give it, because I definitely did.
Yeah, you tried to say that the Earth is down for everybody. That's down.
Mm-hmm.
And that
see,
things
you
fall.
changed the words that I use in order to create agitation. Again, this is a dishonest tactic.
Go ahead, clear it up.
I already did clear it up.
Where do they grow these people?
Drufus, you're indirectly calling him a troll to aggravate me.
Okay, that sounds like a you problem.
I mean, in this like crazy concept that you have of falling, is there anything that's not falling?
Try your hand at an internal critique. Like, what do you think?
Do you have anything in this kind
He
of
doesn't
like
have
in
internal
this crazy
critique. He only
idea
disagrees with people.
of anything that's not falling, so that we can have an absolute reference frame to measure against what is or is not falling? What is?
See, you threw the word absolute again, even though nobody said it except you.
I'm asking you, what's the reference? I mean, for this concept.
But I already gave the reference, and I already explained it. Thank you.
So a satellite that's
the surface of the
perpetually
Earth
falling,
could not be falling itself, because
so the
things
Earth is
fall
not
towards
falling.
the surface. The surface of the Earth is not falling.
Okay, so his reference frame absolutely is the Earth, and
The surface.
towards the Earth.
Why don't you like surface? What's wrong with surface? You allergic to surfaces? Like,
well, I mean that would be
He's a troll. That's why he has to take out the words that we're using to describe what our position is. He has to change our position into something else.
I don't know about this. The surface would be a two-dimensional description. Two dimensions don't exist in reality. It's a concept. So he has this idea.
prove it.
And
Prove
it seems like you have
Prove
one as
two
well.
dimensions don't exist. That's a claim. That's a hell of a claim.
Well, you'd have to. You're asserting it does exist. You would have to prove that two dimensions do exist, other than within the concept.
Two dimensions don't exist. I didn't even mention dimensions.
I can show you three dimensions in reality. I can prove that three dimensions exist. You would have to prove that two dimensions actually exist. You know, by themselves. Like, that's it. And then you have this idea of the surface. The surface of the Earth is two-dimensional, and then I can walk up a hill and prove that it's three-dimensional, and you would say, well, it's falling towards. Okay, good. Well, then back. Good. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're backing away from it.
I didn't. I was never at your position. I'm declaring that I haven't moved as you skedaddled over there to your own little fortress of bizarro world.
All right. So we have this description, this concept of things falling in relation to the Earth, which is not falling. No motion of Earth, not falling, and things are falling.
Your short-term memory needs some work. Surface of the Earth is not falling.
All right. Is surface two-dimensional, or?
Is it in your mind now? Is it going to stay there for the rest of the conversation?
Well, that's the only place a concept.
Well, you know it won't.
So is it, you're describing something that's two-dimensional or not?
Describing the reference for up and down.
Okay, is that two-dimensional?
it'll be 1 point at the point below the subject we're talking about, right?
I don't know. Could you clear that up? It was a direct question. It was a yes or no. Is it 2-dimensional or not?
Yeah, the purpose of the question, Bull Knight, real quick, the purpose of his question is to turn the word 2D into flat.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what he wants to do next.
The Earth is measurably not flat, but you guys have this concept of things falling towards the surface of Earth,
let's use a different analogy.
Which is the absolute reference frame for up and down, which is not in motion. To know if something is in motion relative to the stationary Earth.
He threw in
and then
I
heard earlier that I heard earlier that it's. What do you want to go ahead?
Restarting, and I'm saying
what's your idea?
Up and down is in reference to a slide on a playground. Just a slide. I can go down a slide.
Okay, so the slide is
sliding towards. If I'm sliding, I'm going down. If I'm climbing, I'm going up on the slide.
Okay, so it's sloped. So down. So you're now holding the idea that down is sloped. I mean, I do agree. I've heard that said before.
I'm just talking on a slide. I can go up a slide and I go down a slide. If I go up the slide, all the moms at the playground yell at me, even though it's bullshit. If I'm sliding down a slide, I'm going down. That's up and down.
So down is sloped. I've heard this before. Yeah.
It's the direction you go on a slide when you're sliding. That's all.
Sloped. Yeah, sloped.
What's slope? What's a slope?
Yeah, the slide. Like you could do like a 3, 4, 5 triangle and find out that the hypotenuse of the slide is sloped. Yeah.
What's slope? Describe it in my paradigm.
So random.
If I'm sliding, I'm going down. If I'm climbing, I'm going up. What is a slope?
Yes, the thing that the slide is doing is sloping.
Slide, slide isn't doing anything. I'm sliding.
No tanks. Can you define sloping for me?
Now, if you're holding the idea that as you go up in the air, what I would call vertical, like if you were to go straight up vertically, that it's actually in reference to the Earth at a position that would be sloped, then yeah, I've heard that put forward before.
I don't know what the Earth is. I know what my slide is. I don't know what Earth is.
The slide is typically on the Earth. I mean, a water slide is still typically on the Earth.
I don't know what Earth is. I know what slide is, and up and down on a slide.
The Earth is like dirt, rocks, grass, trees.
Rocks are terrible slides, so I wouldn't be on a rock. I'd be on a slide.
Yeah, the slide is on the rock. Yeah. Don't get lost.
I don't know where the rock. I'm just on a slide, and I'm sliding down, and that defines the direction down. Or I'm not sliding down. I'm climbing up the slide, and that is the opposite of down. That is up.
You're a slope downer. I got you. So I think Doofus is also part of that club.
No, I'm asking you to define slope, but you won't do it. Hello.
Are you winning? Are you winning? Are you winning? No tanks in your no tanksy conversation.
All he does is win no matter what.
All we do is I think doesn't a girl sing that song? I think it's a guy. So Doofus has this concept that down is absolute for everybody in reference to the Earth. I
love when you change what somebody said.
I love when you change it.
That feels like a lie.
I've only just arrived. I absolutely guarantee didn't say that.
Right.
All right, what is it? All right, okay, what is it then? I tried that. He won't say it. He's shy.
No, the problem is I did say, and then you keep changing what I say. Like I've said it like 3 times, and then you changed it every single time. And I'm kind of sick of it. Actually, it's fine if you change what I said, because it only makes you look dishonest, no tanks.
Yeah, listen, we'll never know what Doofus said. All right, I mean,
except that I said
that's his truth. That's his truth and his alone, and nobody can touch his truth.
He's a graduate of the SC Montreal University of telling you what you said. So you're telling me. So what you're telling me is.
Yeah, no, Torah for Yah does it better, or I should say more dishonestly.
I taught Torah everything.
I think that their school beat SC Montreal's school in basketball finals last year. So SC's got some studying to do if he wants to keep up with the best.
Listen, Paz, a bull knight holds this concept in his mind that down is sloped, and I think that is the unanimous concept to hold.
Have you ever ridden a water slide where it's so steep, whatever steep is? But I've heard about water slides where you're not even touching the slide; you're just falling. You're just going down. You're not even touching it.
Sounds really dangerous.
That's called a diving board.
That's called the cliff, and it was epic. Maybe there's a reason it's not open anymore.
Yeah, so as I've heard it described to me previously, I think maybe Doofus was one of those guys who described it to me previously. As you would go up, what I would call vertical, like as you were to rise in elevation, right? A change in elevation in reference to the point where you kind of started from. If you were to just go up, 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 if you wanted to then remain or like have a perpendicular relationship, to your point, it would be that point would be in front of you, so it'd be like a slope. You'd have to kind of point down, so it'd be a slope.
I think Doofus said, and then followed by a bunch of stuff that I didn't say.
If you don't listen, I have to speak for you now. You have given up your voice, so I have to.
No, I actually used my voice, and then you kept trying to change what I said.
We'll never know what you said. It's just your voice is now my voice.
Right, that would have to be a lie on your part. We'll never know because I have to lie.
I speak for you now. I'll protect you. You just stand behind me. I'll protect you.
That is, but that was special. It's like crossception.
We'll never get to the bottom of it. And you know why? Because earlier Doofus said that all things are falling.
Is the bottom of it.
And then he kind of backtracked on that. And he said, no, not the Earth is not falling. No motion of the Earth. All things are falling in reference to the Earth.
You're just giving him my words. Don't give him my words.
I'll speak
You're
for
just
my.
Like Doofus. Muddling them together like a blender, like a word blender. It's like a word smoothie, not like a word salad.
I was just imagining like he was behind me on my right side and you were behind me on my left side, and I got you. I got you.
Am I the devil or the angel in that conversation on your shoulder?
Just hold on to my belt.
What's interesting is that Globers they say flat earthers do word salad anytime flat earthers say anything in their own words, because all Globers do is just memorize things and repeat them. Like good little.
Think so? Because he's using other people's words, but then they're using them wrong. So that's not what
I'm actually not even listening to what.
But you can catch up if you listen for a minute. You'll figure it out.
They said I used word salad before, so you guys just keep saying that.
The problem was that we did actually listen to what No Tank said, and it was a combination of the things that were told to him before, but mixed up and changed in meaning. So yes, that's word salad. And hold on, real quick. Q-Op, if you come in here and you try to defend No Tanks, and he actually is trying to recall what other... If you try to come in here and defend No Tanks, and what he's attempting to do is recall other people's positions and claim that it is his own words, that's some crazy dishonest crap you just did.
Your positions are all...
I have no idea what he said. I'm just saying you guys keep saying word salad.
A firm position.
Right, so you came to his aid for no reason at all.
You have an arbitrary, unjustified position that only exists in your mind as a concept that you can't show me in the world. So I need to make a man of you. All right.
Well, show me any dielectrics in the real world. So do what you did to Doofus to Quap. Let's hear you both go back and forth.
But is it unjustified? No Tanks, really? Do you think the whole world is work? Is it really unjustified? Really?
Which part are you asking about specifically?
Well, the shape of everything on the surface of the world we live in, and how you travel in all the directions to get to it, is that unjustified position?
Yeah. Yep. If you hold this idea that when you're your direction is relative to some sort of arbitrary position. Yeah. And then you don't know what directions are. Yeah.
But if you map it out and you carefully measure it all, and it only works if you actually plop it on a globe, then what's unjustified about it?
Well, you'd have to show that how that's the case. Go ahead.
Well, it is. That's what all of cartography and all of map making, all of surveying at great scale demonstrate that. I don't know why this is a surprise to anybody.
You'd have to show that.
Why?
Then,
Why would I have to show it? The whole world. The whole world works on that being. The whole world works on the contingents. The whole world works on the contingency that is the case, and doesn't seem to think it's an unjustified position.
What is the?
And also, every world map declares exactly how it's projected from the globe, anyway.
Let me describe the position that you're referencing.
Sorry?
Describe the position that you're referencing. You're saying the entire world.
And anywhere on the world, we know where every continent and every landmass and every coastal feature is with respect to everything else, so that we can evaluate it in its entirety.
Okay, so is it it's in reference to another location?
He's about to ask you to define what a position means.
That you're coming from the center of something else. You're saying where one location is in reference to a different location.
All the others.
All right, so now how does that? Yeah, how does that imply what? Or how does that imply what you had implied? Go ahead.
Because like this. This is how we literally
save him.
Like,
save him.
No. Like when we measure all things without using our tools, all you have to do is tie things off to two different other reference things, and then measure the thing itself. Because when you have multiple measurements in relation to each other, it can only fit in one possible way. And that's called the globe.
Are you going to see if Pazza speaks in such broad terms, or has some sort of specific, thing he's going to reference? Earlier, he referenced one thing relative to another.
For example,
I'm sitting in a car here, and relative to the other car over there, I can measure the distance. And you're saying something else is required, though.
Yeah, but that analogy doesn't help you to dismantle any case made by global cartography, does it really?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You and your two fucking cars.
Is based upon something that's absolute and fundamental. What is that thing?
It is measuring things, and creating a coherent topology.
That's so contradictory what you guys just said, that you can only look at things in one way, when relativity is literally the opposite of that.
Well, you can evaluate all the positions of things you map in such a way that it's all topologically coherent and all the distances are accurate, or you can have a projection. There's your choices.
So that's your is that your what is it, a projection? What is it that you referenced?
What? You don't listen to anything anybody says, do you? You don't listen to anything anybody says, or you pretend you don't.
Yeah, I'd answer the question. Like, what is it that you have to reference? Foundationally, fundamentally. You had earlier mentioned that one location in reference to another location. How does that? How does that give you what you believe
do you
to
think
be globe?
All right. Tanks. No tanks. Do you think that there's no value in any maps?
How does that entail globe? How does my car, in relation to that car, entail globe? Go ahead.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
One location in reference to another location entails globe.
Do you think? Well, the relationships that we use for cartography are everything to everything else, basically. Do you think there's any value in the maps we make?
And does it entail globe? And how so?
See, this is the problem with you. This is the problem. You're stuck in your mantra in your head, where you can't even discuss things with people outside of the fear that you might say something that defies your position.
Well, listen, I granted.
He's stuck on purpose. That's the thing. He's stuck on purpose.
Granted it and moved forward, because Doofus was unable to reference, what up and down are, what something was, falling versus something not falling. He wasn't able to. So I just
there's another lie.
Let's just move past it, and let's see how that gives you your reference frame of globe. Go ahead, Pazza.
No thanks. Look at the chat right now.
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay, just
course not. You
stick
can't
your
do
head
such
in the
thing.
sand then.
But,
Yeah.
yes,
stick your
he
head in
already
the sand.
disagreed with the entire concept of maps. So
Yeah.
Just stick your
I
head
mean,
in the
are
sand,
you
right?
going
No
to
thanks.
be able to,
Yes, if you
to
actually
hold
look
up
at the chat,
and
yes.
support your claim
Yep.
Yes.
Look at
that
chat.
If
the
you look at the
distance
chat, yes.
and the reference of this car to that
Yes.
car
Look
requires
at the chat.
globe, and I'd be interested in hearing it.
Look at
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
chat.
if you look
Yeah.
at the
Okay.
chat.
Now, let's see. Like, listen, there's senses. Seeing and hearing are different senses. So I'd be interested in hearing that.
Look, no, Tanks. You can't carry on the rest of your life doing this, okay? Right? We all know you're
Oh,
a
yes, you can.
faith-based globe head, so stop pretending you're evaluating things properly. You're not evaluating anything properly, no, Tanks, are you? And you're doing it deliberately.
So this is a fail for Pazza and Doofus, I guess. They cannot
No, this is a fail
substantiate
for
their
you,
claim
no
that
thanks.
all locations,
No,
and
it's
all
No,
references, all orientations
this
are
is a
dependent
no
upon
thanks.
globe.
wanna
They
be
can't do it.
this is just
They just can't do
awful,
it.
no, Tanks. Talking
rage
about
boner for
we're
Darth
talking about
Dawkins all day, every
They
day.
just can't do it. YouTube will not.
talking
You're in
about
on it too.
cartography, and you're
You reference
talking
the
about
slide.
cartography, and you start talking about two fucking cars. You're pathetic.
This is the thing. He's either dumb or intentionally stupid. I don't know which one.
You know, it's a
Yeah, you're
combination of
obstructive.
both, but most of it is dishonesty.
It's obstructiveness, isn't it? No, Tanks.
You should have an easy. Listen, if I'm dumb, dishonest, whatever, all these, it should
Okay,
be
no
easier
thanks,
for
fine.
you guys to
Look in the
then
chat.
Yeah,
support your
I
claim.
can do
Look
I
in
can
the
do it
chat.
with just a voice. I can do it with just a voice. It would be helpful if you look at the chat, but if you refuse, fine. When you measure things and and you get the distances between 2 points, and then you compare it a common point to a third thing, and then you can figure out where those two other things are in relation to each other based off of one common point, as long as you make enough measurements. We've done this with what we have on the ground. We make large maps, and when we connect them, we can only make it work on a sphere.
The shortest distance
Now-
between points. That's your base.
The distance traveled along the surface, which doesn't have to be flat, right?
I don't know. I'm asking the other guy. Is that your base? That's your that's what's fundamental for you. The shortest distance between points in three-dimensional reality.
It's the shortest
The
distance along the
fundamental
surface of
is
the Earth.
repeatable measurements that can.
Okay, so now you're backing out of your what you were going to support. You were going to support your.
He's not
your
backing out of
foundational-
anything. That's another lie. Thank you for the interruption.
You were going to support it, not chant about something else. You were going to support that, and you started off with points between.
Yes,
Yep,
I posted the measurements of townships, distances that can, if you look at the math of them, can only work on a globe. It's
okay,
the only
so
way it
positions. Yeah, so positions in three-dimensional reality can only exist on what was it? I didn't hear the rest.
You know
the
that's
way
not
we
what he
measure
said.
them, the way we measure them, it only fits on the globe. It's the only way it works.
I don't know. Listen, you're jumping ahead. You were going to really get down, get to the deeper stuff.
He's not jumping.
I could just keep on saying the same thing. Like, hey, listen, cars only work on the flat Earth. Like, this is the thing. Like, towns, they only work on the flat Earth. And if you guys didn't know, fire only
the
works
sad
on the flat
thing
Earth.
is, the fucking tragic thing is, no Tanks. You know you've now lost your position. You're just spending your days annoying people, aren't you?
I don't know if you knew this, Pazza, but water only works on the flat Earth. Rocks
I rest
only
my
work on the
case.
flat Earth. And
You're just a hobbyist aggravant. Yes, what you are.
Flat Earth. That's it.
Well, we already knew that.
How are there high tides and low tides on Earth at the
It
same
only works
time?
on the flat Earth. That's it.
Well, hold
How
on.
are there high tides and low tides on a flat Earth at the same time?
Argument. Ready?
The flat earthers are silly. Before you jump off onto that, it's worth mentioning at least one more time that he's disagreeing with the idea that distances between places are what we're using as our argument. He's just saying positions. He's saying our argument is that positions on the globe are the only way it works. No.
Yeah.
No, Tanks. That's dishonest. That's a lie. Bad behavior. The distances between those locations don't work on a flat surface.
I mean, go ahead and substantiate that claim.
It's in the chat. The numbers are there.
Okay, so,
The specific information is there. The calculations are available to you to do them. And those distances between those points Form a network.
only work
The
on a flat Earth.
distances between those points form a network, which those distances cannot all be true on a flat surface.
How do you get the? So this is where flat earther silly guy was going to start. He said he was going to start with.
Listen to
he
this
has
fucking
a
nonsense
distance.
now. Listen to the
And
noises he's going to make now.
Yeah.
Right, and
From
I
the
understood his
beginning, right?
argument, didn't
From the
I?
beginning, he was
Okay.
going to tell us how he gets the distance, right, and how he knows. He has 2 points. So go ahead, flat earther. Yeah, 2 points.
Christ.
Go ahead.
I said multiple measurements between and having them with common points. So, for example, if you measure the distance between New York and Miami, and New York and
Okay, how
Los
did you measure
Angeles,
it?
and then
Okay, go
Los
ahead.
Angeles and then Miami, there's
No,
numerous
from the
ways
top.
you can
How do
measurement.
you measure the
In
distance? Go ahead.
these days now, we measure it with satellites.
Okay, so how did you measure the distance to affirm the distance?
With satellites.
Okay, well, I mean, we have a long debunker for that.
Oh, before that, people have done cross-county road trips. Now that's an inaccurate way of doing it because roads curve, but you can, that's just a level of precision and accuracy. The precision of the odometer and then the accuracy of, how many times the road turns and stuff like that. But you can do primitive measurements too.
So that's how you did it. You did it by driving.
Well, you can do it by driving. You can. Like, for example, if you're in Australia and you just go between two cities at the same latitude on a flat Earth, that's impossible right there because you're a certain distance from the North Pole, which you guys claim is the center. Then with Polaris, you go a certain 69 nautical miles away. You're in Australia, so you're going past the 90 times that. I mean, there's
I'm not
numerous
asking
ways
for
you
like
can do it.
imagination stuff. I'm asking how do you get?
It's not
how did you get an
imagination.
actual distance, and what was it based on?
These are distances that you believe in. 69 miles every single time Polaris goes down another.
How did you get the 69 miles?
These are all things that we agree on your level too. So like, I don't even know why you would dispute it.
How did you get it? How did you get 69 miles? I don't agree.
Yeah, the reason he disputes that crap is so he can have an argument. It's specifically that's his goal, is to create an argument.
Yeah.
Even if it was like,
so what you got left now? No,
it's 71 miles between these two things. The distance.
So you got.
Is basically.
I can't hear you, Macking. Paz is flipping out.
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now? So the idea is that it doesn't have to be a very precise measurement either. Even if there are certain like turns in a road or anything like that, if the distances that were stated were wildly off, then it shouldn't take you a certain amount of time to get between two places. If you were to take a road trip between one part of Australia to the other, then it should take you a certain amount of time if you're going at some constant-ish velocity.
All right, Macking. Let me try to run you through this like just like an idea.
Measure this on a flat Earth, it would take you ridiculously longer. It's like a wide discrepancy in measurement.
I don't know. How about this idea, Macking? Like if I were to just say, okay, now let's say we're in a say we're in like a hotel, right? 60 floors, 60 stories high, and it's I don't know, like a mile long, right? If I'm on the first floor and you're on the 60th
What color are the carpets? What color are the carpets?
Red. And then we count to 3, right? And we have some sort of mechanism that will maintain our speed. We go 1, 2, 3, go, and it's 5 miles per hour.
What are you wearing, though, Jax? What are you wearing?
I'm not wearing anything. The hotel, fuck, the road, maybe. So I'm on the first floor. You're on the 60th floor, right? 5 miles an hour. 1, 2, 3, go. Who's going to get to the other side first?
That's such a
You're
stupid
gonna
thing.
have to restate that.
I mean, if it's so stupid, just answer it.
Way, man.
What's up?
You're gonna have to restate the problem in a better way.
Yes,
I don't understand what you're asking.
We have a square mile building, right? In a hotel.
Nobody talk over him.
Yeah,
I just want to hear the question.
I'm on the first floor. You're on the 60th floor. We have some sort of mechanism, like a wheelchair or something, that goes 5 miles an hour automatically and consistently. I go 1, 2, 3, go. We're gonna race. Who gets to the other side of the hotel first?
And this is like a 1 mile wide hotel. Like what's the we're racing to the other end?
Yeah, and we both go the same speed. We both start at the same exact time. Who gets to the other side first?
So I mean, if we're assuming, for example, that this hotel is a mile wide, we're assuming that it's just at the same height, right? So it maintains the same altitude. The first floor is going to be the same height above the Earth as it goes over, and same with the 60th floor.
Yeah, it's just a square mile. Yeah.
Okay, if that's the case, then it would take whoever's closer to the ground. It would take them less time to get there.
Okay. Okay. So is that the same position that flat earthers or silly holds? Because you're chiming in, so I want to see. Is that the same position that the silly guy holds? Because he was chiming in while he was saying stupid. He has the answer.
I mean,
Well,
it's a kind of a
I think he's
nonsensical
trying to say,
question.
what's
but
the difference between the arc length of a hotel room at the 60th floor compared to the arc length of the hotel room at the first level? I think that's
I mean,
what he's
if
going
it
for.
conforms
Is that
with
an arc length?
the Earth's surface, then there would actually be a difference. Yeah, I mean,
Well, he's also
closer.
like,
It would
I
be
mean,
pretty negligible, but it'd be slightly faster if you went from the
I mean, he's also assuming the building is built with plumb lines that are separate, like that are perfectly separate. I don't know if that would be necessary because there's other structural support the building.
Okay, so you guys hold the opinion that that's an arc. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Over a mile?
No,
I
just
mean,
just distance measurements from A to B. That's an arc.
No.
Oh no. Okay.
If we're assuming that,
I mean, is he trying to just get us to go down the rabbit of space bending time and all this shit, like bending of space time? Like, is this what he's trying to do now?
No
for
space
example,
bending
that
time.
this
I don't know. I had
hotel
a phone call a second ago. Maybe somebody threw that in there.
is like on a tangent line.
I think I'm lagging or something.
While
to
we're
the surface
figuring
of the
this
Earth,
out, no
then
thanks, why don't you tell me why the guy on the 60th floor has a sunset at a later time than the guy on the
take
first
the
floor?
same amount of time.
While we're figuring this out.
I don't know. Am I lagging or is he lagging?
I'm assuming that this building conforms somewhat to the curvature of the Earth.
I don't know. I don't know if anybody's hearing anybody. I need some help from like
distance measurement.
Who's lagging, so I can either leave or stay.
Yeah, why would the person on the 60th floor experience at first?
So because the radius is longer, so
Well,
you
I
would have
hear the silly guy, but not the mac and cheese guy.
you would have 2 pi r
Mississippi,
divided by
3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5
yeah, I can
Mississippi.
hear you now, thanks.
Okay, so who's lagging?
I don't know who's lagging.
It's probably me. My service isn't great.
Well, they're scumbags. They don't even want to tell like me who's lagging because they're scumbags.
So the added length would be 2 pi r divided by the amount that 1 mile is for the circumference of the Earth. So I mean, yeah, basically negligible.
Yeah, I mean,
so this was all just
nothing.
just to support the idea that there's a measurement between distances, and somehow you've measured it. You can tell me how you measured it, and that distances don't work in a linear fashion. So I mean, in a flat linear fashion. And I'm really interested in hearing the argument for that.
You're on the surface of a sphere. Why would it work linearly?
But you're not on the surface when you're making a measurement. Your feet might be, but the measurement is not on the surface.
That's pretty silly. When you're making that measurement, you are on some sort of conforming kind of concentric
Like a
line.
so you think that that's what I'm saying. So like silly guy, Pazza, doofus, they're all asserting the same thing, that measurements are made in two-dimensional reality. But I kind of I'm opposed to that assertion.
I mean, if you're not moving in one dimension, like it depends on the measurement, I guess. If it's length, then it should be technically one-dimensional. But regardless,
Yeah, but you're off the surface of the Earth, right? Like you can go up, you can go down, and right, left and right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, is your point that like you're not technically measuring like the surface of the Earth, so it'll be like so that shouldn't work, or like what are you
Yeah,
trying
you
to say?
shouldn't be. Your measurements are not confined to the surface of the Earth. That would be crazy.
I mean,
saying
I don't know
at
what
the
you mean
higher
by
of the floor, you're
confined
at a
necessarily.
larger radius, which means that you would have a larger arc length between the 2 points. That's what he's trying to get at.
No, you're up
Yeah,
in the
and I
air,
mean,
dude. You're just
he's
making us. You're
correct,
just
but
gonna.
it's not.
You're up in the air. There's no arc. It's just the shortest distance between points. There's no arc to that.
Yeah, that would be the chord.
There is an
But
arc.
you're assuming, but
If
you're
it
telling
conforms to
me
the
that
surface.
we're making it level. So there is an arc if we're making it level.
No, I'm just saying
You
you're
want-
measuring the short. You earlier gave the premise. You said, we're just measuring the
No,
shortest
you
distance
said,
between 2 points.
You said on a hotel floor, so I'm assuming a level floor, which is I'm assuming an arc. So like if you want to twist words
Yeah,
around,
it's a lot of
then,
assumptions. I don't know. I mean, you're telling me that I could go with. You're telling me that I could beat mac and cheese in this race by getting by taking some kind of a shortcut mac and cheese. I could actually beat you in the race because
if
there's
you're
a
going to ask
shortcut
me a
apparently between the
I mean,
points.
yeah,
I don't know what it is,
if you're
but
going to ask
there's
me
a
a
shortcut somewhere.
hypothetical question, if you're going to
Okay,
ask
I
me a
mean-
hypothetical question about the Earth and a hotel, yeah, when you say the 60th floor, I'm going to assume that it's level and you're talking about the arc length and not the chord length.
Yeah, so there's a so you're telling me
that's the
there's a
whole point of your
shorter there is
hypothetical.
a shorter distance that I could beat him in the race because there's actually a shorter distance hidden within that area.
No,
Yeah,
a shorter
the closer
distance
you
in the sense
are-
that a shorter distance in the sense that the shorter the radius that you have on a sphere, the shorter the distance for that same arc for the arc length of it.
No, he's gonna go, and I'm going to find the shorter distance somewhere between the arc length, and I'm gonna beat him.
What I'm saying
Well,
that
you
is
don't-
if
you
you
don't have
have
to find
a
it.
smaller radius circle,
I have to
like
find
you
it,
go
huh? How would I find
No,
it?
you don't have to find it. You're already at it if you're on the first
I'm
floor.
at the shortest distance between 2 points, so I'm on the straight line.
You're on the
No,
great circle connecting those 2 points if you're on the first floor.
Yeah,
Look,
but this is the thing. There's 3-dimensional reality. That's what you're missing. So like the ceilings in the hotel, they're 10 feet tall. Let's say 12 feet tall. So somewhere between there, like the straight as the crow flies, that would be a shorter. I could find that secret shorter passage, and just go the
If you
straight line.
tunneled through the fucking thing, then yeah, I guess.
No, there's nothing.
But
It's nothing to tunnel through. It's in the air. It's above me, and it's in the air. It's right there.
No Tanks
So-
is describing a chord length, and he doesn't know that term. But I
I
believe
don't know
you
it.
guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna help.
So you guys are. I don't know it. So you guys are saying there is a shorter distance. So you haven't measured the shortest distance between points to assert. I mean, flat earther hasn't to assert that that only works on some sort of thing. He said.
See, this is the problem when you try to dissect a freaking flat earther's hypothetical. Like you don't even know like what reality they're working in, where they don't even understand that a circle with a larger radius, if you travel the same amount of degrees as a circle with a shorter radius, means you're traveling a longer distance. So like it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I mean, no,
Like,
I've understood this. Like I've made the argument before. I said, why is any idiot going in airplanes? Why are we flying in airplanes when we should just be going in submarines and get there in half the time? It's fucking retarded. Who's going?
Okay.
You know, retarded.
because it's harder to push air out of your way than
No, it's a shorter distance, dude. Just get in the
Dumbass.
submarine and make it happen. I should beat you
You're
in
so
the
fucking
submarine
stupid,
every
man.
time.
You're-
Like if we
yeah.
go the same speed
Well,
and you're in the
in that
airplane,
case,
I
no,
should
I
get
don't
there
know why
before you
you
every
haven't
time.
done it.
Yeah, that's why swimming is
Go
faster
get in
than
a submarine
running. That's
and
why
go
swimming is
across,
faster than
man.
running, right?
You hear
why-
that, mac and
why-
cheese? I'm going to get in
why
my
you can
swimming
swim
pool
faster
and I'm
than you
going to
can run.
doggy paddle while you're in a
Yeah,
helicopter,
yeah.
and I should get there
Yeah.
first.
I guarantee you, someone can run faster than you can swim. How is that possible? You're going the
No, we're going to
shorter
go the
distance.
same speed. We're going to go the
Why-
same
why-
speed in the helicopter.
Oh, so then why are you
Yep.
talking about an airplane and submarines?
Yeah.
Like submarines go the same speed as
Yeah,
airplanes.
you just get there You just get there
But,
faster.
but why would you get there faster if the submarine doesn't move faster? Because
You
can't
tell me.
just go through water.
You tell me. I
Because
don't
you're
need to go
fucking
faster.
All right.
He's
so
just trolling.
I
now.
know what
This,
the issue
I
is.
can't. He's just he's trolling.
It's
That's the issue.
fairly easy to kind of deconstruct this. In 3-dimensional technically 4D, but in Minkowski flat space, what you have is the shortest distance between 2 points is basically a straight line. On the surface of a sphere, that changes because you are now on a two-dimensional surface.
Are you in a
There,
room, right? Are
the
you in a safe
shortest-
place? Like a room? Yeah, go ahead, finish it up.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
the shortest distance between 2 points is a great circle.
Gotcha. Are you in a room right now, maybe, or something like that? Like,
no.
Okay.
If
Wherever you are, can you look at something in front of you?
Yes.
Right? Like maybe a wall or a building or a car or a tree, whatever. The shortest distance, that right there in reality, between you and the tree, is that a straight line in reality?
No.
No. Okay, so there's a shorter distance than the straight line. Like my head is above the surface of the earth. I'm looking at the car, and you're telling me that the shortest distance is not right there in front of me. There's a shorter
If
distance.
you mean, okay, if you're talking about on the surface of the earth, there is no shorter distance than a path that conforms to the curvature of the earth. If you're
I'm
talking
looking at
in
I'm
free
looking
space,
at the car. I'm just looking at the car.
okay, in free space, a straight line is the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Okay, so now when we measure a distance, like from like I'm looking at the car, and if I want to measure that, that would be in free space or not?
It depends on what you want to measure. If you measure it in free
It's the
space, you
shortest
measure it in free space.
Yeah, in reality, I just want to. My eyes are looking at the car, straight line from my eye to the car. That's a straight line. That's the shortest
Yeah.
distance. Okay.
Yeah, because it's not on the surface of the earth.
Great. So now this assertion that flat earther silly guy had made to begin with. This was his very first point. He said he measured the distance between points, shortest distance in free space, I'd imagine, unless he's doing it in a different space, not three-dimensional reality. Is he?
He could be measuring it over the surface of the earth, and then it wouldn't be
over. Are you
free
on it
space.
or over it? On it or over?
Just because I'm an autard and I had to look it up, the newest United States Navy submarine is the U.S. New Jersey. She is listed as capable of 25 knots at flank speed. The U.S. Navy generally lies about their performance, so let's go ahead and give them the benefit of the doubt, and let's say 30 knots is her actual true top speed. That is below the minimum flight speed for almost any airplane.
Yeah,
yeah, she get there about the same time then.
I do actually want to
the
get
airplane that only goes like 150.
When I do my
She get there about
surveying,
the
I'm
same time.
putting a nail. When I do my surveying, I'm putting a nail on the ground and measuring the height of the instrument off that nail, and the rod is also measuring the height off the distance of the ground. So yes, I'm measuring the actual ground.
And even if he wasn't, and he was just
Wait, you're
keeping
looking at the
something
ground?
level at the same altitude or the same distance from the surface as he traveled, that would still be conforming to the surface of the Earth. Just because something
all right,
isn't
so the straight line
directly
is going to
connected to the
conform
Earth.
to the straight line will conform to the surface of the Earth. Is that the new proposal?
When you stay at the same elevation,
That is not what I said.
When you stay at the same
We need
elevation,
DMOC in
you're
here.
conforming to the surface of the Earth.
I'm going to be as
It's very
clear as
basic.
humanly possible here. When you are measuring something and you are keeping it at a constant altitude from the surface, you are conforming to the surface.
I'm just looking straight. Like I was told.
If you're just
I was
looking
told
straight,
that
then that's fine. If you're
Yeah, I'm
just
just
looking
looking
straight,
straight.
then that's I mean, basically Euclidean and
All right, so that's
non-relativistic limit.
straight, like that straight line. Like if I were to stand at that, just stand like at a lake, you would assert that the straight line of sight should deviate from the surface of water at rest.
Be more clear. Deviate from the
That's it.
surface of the water. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's called the horizon.
So like when I look out over the surface of water, the line of sight that I'm looking straight, I'm just looking out straight. It should be rising from the surface of water at rest. Is that your new assertion?
No.
No. It
Sight
should be parallel with it.
No. So sight works a bit differently. If you're measuring distance, that's a completely different thing. Sight,
yeah, I mean there is a
depends
distance
on
involved.
the path of light, and the path of light, assuming no sort of refractive effects, is, for all intents and purposes, in the non-relativistic limit, a straight line.
Okay, so if I were to measure the shortest distance above the surface of water between two posts, would that deviate from the surface of water at rest?
Hold on.
I gotta go put these parts in this car. You guys are Those are on your own.
Sorry. If you have two, sorry, what was it?
If you have two posts in the ground, so you put them in the ground vertically, and you were just to measure the shortest distance between the two vertical posts above the surface of water.
Yep.
Would the shortest distance, being a straight line between the posts, would that deviate from the surface of water at rest?
Yes.
It depends on how you're measuring it. So if you, for example, if you want to measure it with a laser, then the shortest distance would be a straight line. But if you're measuring over the water for some reason or anything like that, then it would conform to the Earth's curvature.
You said over the water, the shortest distance would conform to the curvature of Earth. I don't know that one.
It depends on how you're measuring it.
Say you had a rope tied to two boats or whatever, and they made it as tight as possible, and it was actually perfectly horizontal. And at the two boats, it was 2 feet above the perfectly calm ocean water. At the middle of that, would the water be closer than 2 feet? The answer to that question is yes.
At the middle, is that right, Mackie?
Yeah. At the middle, you'd expect the water to be closer.
That's like I was told that the level surface drops away from the horizontal tangent at 8 inches per mile squared. You're saying that it rises to meet it?
No, because that wouldn't be a level surface. Or I mean, the line wouldn't be level.
All right. So if it's dropping, how is it rising in the middle?
If what is dropping?
If level is dropping.
Dropping with respect to what?
To the horizontal.
Sure.
Yeah. Then how is it hitting it in the middle? How's it rising in the middle?
Well, I mean,
do you want
level.
me to draw you a picture of it? Like, because I've done it before, I can draw you a picture of it.
Yeah, usually pictures are helpful if you're having trouble kind of reconciling this.
Unironically, the answer is perspective.
What's that?
No, thanks. If you look in the chat, do you want me to draw you a picture of this? It's pretty simple. I mean, I can even guide you doing it yourself, drawing a picture right now.
Yeah, the real technicality here is just that the line is not level. We're assuming that it's the shortest path that connects those 2 points. It's not going to be level, because level is not the shortest path unless you're measuring something over the surface of the Earth.
Ready? No thanks. Ready? Draw a circle with a 4-inch radius. Then draw 2 points. 2 lines with the 5 inches from the center. Then connect the top of those 2 lines. And guess what? The circle is going to get closer to it at a couple points as you get in between it.
Yep.
So the stall speed of a Boeing 747 is about 250 knots, 10 times faster than the reported speed of the newest nuclear submarine.
Yeah, what No Tank said about like taking a submarine as like a faster option was incorrect on a couple of different levels, especially since the fastest way to get between 2 points would be to tunnel. You know, if there's water, then you'd want to go through that. And if you could assume that you'd be going the same velocity as an airplane, then yeah, absolutely, that would be a faster way. But unfortunately, we can't go, 700 miles an hour through the ground or through the water or anything like that. At least with, civilian, commercial crap.
Could you imagine the amount of cavitation pressures that would be on that submarine as the water was instantly boiled from the force required to move it that fast?
Yeah, it would definitely be really safe for civilians, I'm sure. For human life, in fact. Yeah, that'd be pretty infeasible. A submarine is very silly. But if you're assuming the same velocity, yeah, I mean, straight line absolutely does it. It's just submarines aren't that fast.
Submarines are really cool, though.
Oh yeah, submarines are awesome. Planes, submarines, vehicles in general tend to be really fucking cool.
5 minutes ago on the highway, someone passed me going the opposite direction with one of those personal-sized hovercrafts on a trailer behind their truck, and I was super jealous.
Ooh. Damn.
He was red. Like, damn it. I was always tempted in the back of those, like, ancient Popular Mechanics magazines in the library. Those build-your-own hovercraft plans you could order.
Hovercrafts are pretty cool, yeah.
I miss those old Popular Science or magazines. Those things were awesome.
Yeah. My grandpa had like every copy of both of them from the 50s to the 80s, and I would just pull one at random. I'd pull 10 at random.
Yeah. Scientific American is still running. You can order, you can like subscribe, and they'll send you they'll literally send you magazines, and they're awesome. They're all so fucking cool.
I was accidentally sent someone else in my neighborhood's copy of the IEEE magazine. Now, membership is a bitch. You better hope your job's paying for it. But that was an awesome magazine, just like the old days. Like 3 months ago, I got his copy.
Yeah. Yeah. So did No Tanks kind of leave or something? Like, what's?
He got really close to understanding what a chord line was, so he learned from SE Montreal. You can't know anything and be flat Earth.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. The it was almost paradoxical, and then he disappeared. It's unfortunate. Flat Earth. It's like it's like Pauli exclusion principle, where you can't have two spin 1/2 particles, and hopefully someone got that. Can't be flat earther and also understand.
Is it a thought destroying or curiosity destroying thought? Something like that.
Water. Rubbers can't move. Nobody getting this water and swimming diagonal line. You guys would be debunking the globe. We can't have you swimming anywhere on this earth. Submarines are not allowed anymore. Nobody's allowed back in the water. Globe physics say water is like ice. We can't go through it anymore. It's gonna hurt us. Poor little fish, you can't swim diagonal. Sharks, you can't diagonally dive up and down. You can't make cords in water. You'll never be able to do that. That's not how you guys hunt in liquid. You guys get crushed by globe pressures that don't exist. This guy said that fish can't dive and make a cord and go around in water. I feel bad for all the globe fish that can't exist. It's a good thing we don't live on a globe, huh? Damn.
But didn't you, DMOC, didn't you hear them? Distances would not work in reality unless the Earth is a globe. I mean, that's proof. How would a distance between points work in reality if the Earth wasn't a globe? That's crazy.
The same way they do when they were born before they ever heard anything was anything. When we go outside and make a straight line between 2 points, it doesn't matter what their imagination is based on. It's still a straight line and it ain't no curve. Now here's the thing. The thing is, this gentleman just said fish can't dive in the water. Now we're all sunk. He's destroyed the whole ecosystem of the planet because fish can't dive and make a cord through water to surface. So a little minnow now can't go fishing, can't pull it out of the water diagonally. That won't happen. Can't throw it back in that way. Can't throw it back in the water anyway. Because you'll not be able to get it in the surface of the water because that'll kill the fish. If you try to place the fish anyway in the water, different than what it came out of the water, you'll kill the fish. That's what the Glovers say. You can't stick sticks in water horizontally or nothing. You can't poke mud puddles now. You just can't. This water is just impossible to work with. The gentleman just said fish can't dive. No, fish can't dive.
Not on a globe. No, he knows it. We all know that.
On a curved surface, fish can't pop out of curved hill water. This is so crazy. The physics is awesome. Now fish can't get out of water. What the fuck? Or back in. Because this guy declares no cutting through water. Not on his watch. That guy's so smart, he doesn't understand the layer of curved water that goes on for 8,000 miles. And then all you're going to do is go through the surface, couple feet, couple inches deep, go diagonal, and then just pop out the surface. That's all you got to know where the fuck he got is ignorant. He thinks whatever he thinks. That's not my problem. You think you can't swim or dive off the diving board in the water? Dude, you got problems with physics, don't you? I ain't never been able to not dive into water. The fuck? So if water was a hill, I wouldn't need 4 walls on my pool ever. If gravity did its damn job, I wouldn't need a pool. Stack the water up and dive out in a minute. Just like a hill works. Sad you guys don't know what a hill is or a curve. Clubbers don't even know what a curve is. They keep mistaking it for horizontal motion. That's the problem. They keep thinking the curve is horizontal. Can't right get it through their head which one's different.
Sad world.
It is a sad world when you can't figure things out like that. How do they even know their name?
Well, that's what I was getting into with like Paz and Doofus. Like, how do they even make these assertions? Up, down, orientation. What something falling. They don't have. They don't know where. They don't know where.
No reference. There's no reference for their claim. That's why I tell them get out. They got that 40-foot ball they keep trying to put in the chat, but then they're not doing nothing with it. They're like, look, Demok, here's a big ball globe. It's a 40-foot globe with all the land masses on it. What's the point of that? What are the land masses doing on there? Not being themselves? Why is that 40-foot globe lying to you guys? Why can't you place the land mass where it actually belongs on there? There's something wrong. Why can't a ball just be itself? Like, what's wrong with that big globe? Why can't they place all the land masses? What are they too retarded to know how to put the stickers on it? You don't know where to place the stickers on your sticker ball?
I don't know. The mac and cheese guy. It might have hit him. It might have hit him because he sent me like this little meme where, you got curvy lines, but it might have hit him that the shortest distance between 2 points in 3-dimensional reality cannot be changed. You can't just change. Yeah.
It's not a macaroni. Macaroni noodles are not the fastest point between 2 points. Curves and bends are not the fastest points. And I don't know why they bother talking about shit. They can't even prove the very thing they need is a curve on this big ass supposedly curved Earth everywhere. None of the dirt does it. None of
They
the
have a
water is doing it.
they have a concept. They have a concept which
They
only
got
a concept can only exist in their mind. So that's where it exists. You got to get into the brains of the blue marble afflicted.
yeah, the other guy when you left out when you said you could swim diagonally, you know how divers dive into water off the diving board? He said that's not possible. You can't do that. He said the physics on globes mean you can't dive into water. He said the cavitation would kill you.
The cavitation would kill them.
Yeah, because you'd walk up to the bottom of the ocean, the top would be way up there, a mile high, and on a globe you don't need any waves or dirt to hold the water. It's just free water everywhere on the left and right of the cell. And when you dive into the bottom, directly into the bottom of the ocean because it's so tall of a hill, he said the cavitation underneath would kill you.
Does he think going straight is going down? Where the out what is his blood will just like compress and kill him? I don't know.
Well, on this thing, it would be a big curved amount, like let's think of it as 7 miles high of liquid, and you just run as a little human and just dive right into the bottom. There's no, you can't get to the top yet. You got to go 7 miles up to climb to the top of the globe ocean, because globe oceans act like dirt hills on Earth, like your sand dunes and shit. So a globe water acts like sand.
Who's going to save these people with these
I
ideas?
don't
They
know.
have these ideas. I don't know. I don't know how to save them. I've tried.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, and then they think you could dive into. They think you can go fish at the bottom of a lake and never find the top until you get a helicopter. They think that like there's a big water lake, and you just walk up to it and start smacking the bottom of it. You don't have to dive to the bottom of any globe. You just walk right up to the bottom. Your feet are on the surface of the dirt. Water's on the surface of the dirt. Kick the bottom of the ocean. You can even look and stick a tube in there and look what happens on the abyssal plains. You could be right next to them on a globe. Just like look through the water, and you don't even have to go dive down. You just take a look through the side of the clear water what the abyssal plains look like on a globe. There's nothing blocking you. There's no dirt walls in the way, right? How do you draw a water hill on your? How does that look? Get a ball and draw a water hill. Just draw a circle on the paper and draw the water hills. Now put your little guy there on the ground.
Ask mac and cheese. Mac and cheese. Do your valleys that in your world, like do your valleys that are depressions in the ground, do they also have a hump in the middle of them?
Yeah, like a mud puddle, a sweet mud puddle. What is that? Like an 8-inch curve? What's that?
Do valleys have a bump in them?
Yeah, are they
Yeah,
also conforming to the curvature of globe?
mud puddles.
I don't
Mud
think you
puddles that
know
go
what.
down,
So okay, so the curvature of the globe doesn't
not
mean that
curving.
everything becomes round.
What's it mean?
It doesn't conform. Okay.
Where
No,
does it? So where does
No,
everything
the surface of the Earth obviously conforms to the
not
surface of
round?
the Earth.
No, you just said
It's
it
just the
doesn't.
surface of the
I got a
Earth
mud puddle
is
that says you're lying. My money's on the mud puddle. I don't see no curve in that. I think you're stupid. Prove to me that fucking mud puddle is curving with the rest of the dirt around it at the same rate. Prove that right now. You
okay.
lost,
So
bro.
what I came back here for was
Yeah, to prove that there's some curve somewhere of Earth that you don't even know what the fuck that means. Maybe you could figure out what the curve of Earth is for you, then come back and tell us where it actually exists in the mud puddle or not. So no Earth curve, no little hill in your backyard's the Earth curve, no little 8 inches, no 2 inches, no 1 inch, not even a millimeter. What can we use to be Earth curve on Earth? What about this whole Earth can we not? Then why do we got to exclude the Earth from its fucking own measurement? That's what it is, no thanks. They're excluding the Earth. They said we don't want to measure the Earth, you guys. Leave us the fuck alone. We don't want to show you what an Earth curve is. We want to keep telling you about how horizontal lines work. Saying
Souls.
it all. Yeah. The mud puddle just made him leave. You see that shit? He just told you that a mud puddle isn't the Kernberg, but it is. So if the tree didn't got to follow Earth curve, and the mud puddle doesn't got to follow Earth curve, then the water doesn't have to follow Earth curve. What does? Where? How? Where and how does an object actually have to conform to Earth curve? Live. You know, like you hold the bar up and it bends down. Is that Earth curve? Or is it just because the bar's got a little bit of tension in it? Or if you hold the bar up vertically, it'll never do that. It'll just sit there. But you know, the funny thing is that same vertical on your globe is supposed to be horizontal, so the helicopter is supposed to be holding that bar of steel out that way, and gravity's supposed to be pointed that way across your view to the fucking Earth. You guys understand that's what you're trying to say here, right? That big bar of steel is levitating horizontally from the plane to the dirt of Earth somewhere. If you had a third person perspective, we could see a helicopter flying a big piece of steel around a globe horizontal, but what stays vertical. Think about that, gentlemen. They can demonstrate a toy helicopter on that 40-foot ball with a little steel beam underneath it, flying vertically around, and the steel beam will be your reference needle. Isn't that neat? It'll show you the orientation the airplane has to follow on a globe, the needle. Now, guess what? It's like a little stick attached to a drone flying around the ball. That you could even make it do that. How do you make a drone fly around a ball? It would have to flip around and not do it, correct? It couldn't lay along the ball and fly over the ball.
How do you have the ability to make vibrations in the air to make the words that come out of your mouth string together in coherent sentences while at the same time conforming to the non-logical, paradoxical, hero-serial, photosynthetical mind that is DMOC?
Very easy. I open up my mouth and talk.
Are those words, those vibrations, are they moving with the Earth?
No. Or she wouldn't be able to hear me.
Photosynthetical, diabolical, linguistical. Hydrophobias, hydroxia.
Epoxy in it. Hydroxy in it. Hydroxycut.
Condensational.
Conditional. Condense it all.
Rhetorical.
Field. It's not metaphoric.
You thinking like 3,000 years ago, DMOC would be considered a poet?
I would say, yeah, in 14. We have the established publication of the personal personification of it. We'll be thinking for ourselves today, and we'll have a train of thought. And our first train of thought is fuck your idea. Look at your neighbors and tell them, fuck their idea. I have my own. And then we're going to start class. You look at Einstein and you say, fuck you, idiot. I've got my own ideas. I think for myself. That's how you start class. Way back in the day, and that's how you be a philosopher, a king, a judge, a Bible writer, whatever. You look at the next guy and say, Fuck that. I'll do my own shit. And then here we are today with people that just follow other people because somebody said, fuck that, I'll write my own book. Somebody said, man, I like this book. No, I like this book. No, I like reality. Fuck your book. Throw that
I
book in the
thought
garbage.
you were like another kind of strange until you like broke the fourth wall and laughed at the own thing you said, and then you kind of just like.
What do
Now
you
you just
mean?
have
You
me.
don't think it's funny that people think they can't dive in water? That they think fish can't swim? You don't think that's
Like,
funny? So
no,
when
I
a
think
Glober
it's funny
tells
that
me
like you
you
knew
can't
what you
dive in
said, what
water
you were saying was so
globe
absurd.
water because I say,
Like
what
you
the
knew,
fuck are you talking about?
you
That's the
knew,
funniest
like
fucking
what you were saying was just so ridiculous that you
No,
broke the
what
fourth
you're
wall
saying, I'm
and
laughing at
started
you, you
laughing
weird
at your
bitches.
own thing.
How did you declare what the fuck I laugh at? That's what I want to know. So
Oh,
when
because
you
it was
guys
so
listen to people, you're like,
it was
hey,
like
I know what
so
that guy's laughing at right now that's across the way with these binoculars. I can see him
it,
giggling. I know exactly what he's laughing at.
and
You're
the
fucking
fact that
retarded.
you're spiraling out right
The
now,
fact that you're a fucking retard.
like I'm exposing it.
Brother, do you eat shit right now? I hear you chewing on something. Are you chewing shit bubble gum? Anybody can just make shit up. It's not called a spiral. It's called get control of your fucking brain, dude. Stop being schizophrenic serial killer and thinking you know something that ain't happening. Chicken bone science. Hey, I took chicken bones. Democ laughed at this. No, I'm laughing at you fucking retards. Every time you hear me laugh, it's because a fucking retard global said something stupid.
No, you were just in the middle of one of your own
Yeah,
rants,
now you
and
can't
you
take
started
it. Now
laughing
does
at
that hurt your
yourself.
feelings once you find out the truth? Does that
Oh,
hurt
D-Rock,
you?
you never hurt my
Once you
feelings.
can't make up anything. No, I'm just saying, like, no making up shit. I'm telling you what I'm
Yeah, yeah,
laughing at.
I'm not making up shit. Like
Why
you
would I
literally
laugh at me saying Earth's horizontal and
laughed at
flat?
the only
What's
thing
so
you were
funny about
saying.
horizontal?
No
What
one
is
else
funny
said
about
anything.
horizontal? What is
No
funny
one
about
else said
horizontal? We're gonna
anything.
get to the bottom of this, you retarded bitch.
Found a bunch
What
of
is
words.
funny about horizontal?
Like how ridiculous it
What's
was that
funny
you
about saying flat?
started laughing at yourself.
Real funny, and it didn't make no sense. Nobody laughs at the word flat, you dumb fuck. I never thought it was a joke. It's not a comedy stream. That didn't make any sense. Just because a couple guys told you the fucking retard microphones misheard somebody fart in the background doesn't mean somebody giggled. Nobody cares what you guys think. You guys think you live on a ball with fucking curved water that doesn't have walls on it. But then you go out and swim in a swimming pool. You're all schizophrenically retarded. Shut the fuck up. I'm laughing at you
I thought it
retarded.
was schizophrenically
You
serial
retarded
killer.
motherfuckers. Why do
I
you got
thought
to
it
put
was
walls in
schizophrenic
your
serial
fucking
killer.
Why does your swimming pool have walls, Clover? Take the fucking walls down, let gravity do its job, and get to playing in the hilly water. You
No,
dumb
you're
fuck,
silly.
Hill Street water. No, you're fucking hilly. Hilly water. Hilly water, silly. That's why we
Because you're
laugh, silly
silly.
hilly water, Billy.
Silly guy.
Silly Billy water that's hilly. Why the fuck do you put flat earth fucking walls on your water?
I'm just saying
Tell
it
me
was just
that.
funny when you laughed at yourself,
Why?
D-Mock. It
I've
was
never
really
done
good.
that. That doesn't make any sense. You're fucking
You've never laughed at
schizophrenic.
yourself? You should
Oh,
try
you
it
talked to
sometime.
Einstein and he said you're
I
gonna
laugh
believe
at
what he
myself.
said. This dude's just gonna keep
Like when I
repeating
do something
stuff.
silly, I have no problem laughing at
You
myself.
have the problem comprehending stuff.
No,
Apparently you do.
I have a problem comprehending.
Well, God told you come down. You're wrong. Shut the fuck up. Demont didn't do that. You're wrong. But you still keep saying that. I think you're retarded, dude. So just keep saying weird shit like globe, like curves make
I
no
mean, if
fucking
you
sense.
think I'm retarded,
I mean, if I
then
know
I'll
that
take
you don't
that
know
as
about
a
curved water,
compliment. I'll take that. I'll wear
listen,
that as like a badge of honor that D-Mock
that's
thinks
where
that my way of thinking is retarded.
it is. Why do you got to have walls on water
I'm
with
telling
no
you, thank
gravity?
you. I appreciate that. The fact that
Yeah,
you
you're
think
not
I'm
paying
retarded
attention
is a
again.
compliment.
You're not paying attention. Little kid, stick to the conversation. Why do
I'm sticking
Glovers
to the
need flat
conversation. I'm thanking you for the
Why
compliment
do
of
Glovers need
calling me
rules?
retarded. I'm thanking you. Thank you for
Why
thinking
are
that what
Glovers?
I say is
Why are
retarded.
Glovers negate
It
gravity
adds
water?
so much. I
Why
appreciate it.
won't Glovers swim in any gravity water? Why can't you swim in gravity water? Why is that not possible?
I swim in water all the time.
You need walls. It's not held by gravity. It's held by dirt or containment. Not held by gravity. Take the dirt away from the water. Take the water out of the dirt, put it on a hill. Put all your water on a hill, put it on the biggest mountain and see if it sticks. Put it on the little hill, put it on an 8-inch hill. How much water can you stack on an 8-inch hill?
Station setup completed. What's the hill made out of?
Listen, you need to be able to stack 6
What's
inches
the hill
of
made
water
out of?
Doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
Every material, the earth, everything that the earth's made of, stupid fuck.
Everything that the Earth's made of?
Yeah, you retard. The earth.
I don't.
So now
Like,
we're talking about earth, which confuses you for some reason. So now
yeah,
outside
but
of your backyard, which you don't know, outside of your backyard that you have no idea, we know you don't know anything. We know you're just questioning Bob. You're just like, I need questions. They put him in an asylum a year ago because he wouldn't stop asking dumb questions that made no sense, that he already knows the answer to. This is where we are, you guys. This is what Globers do.
different
Listen to
materials
this,
of
dude.
Earth
Did
can
they let
absorb
you out
water
yet,
at
Timmy?
different rates. So,
Did they let you out of the asylum? Or are you still on the asylum? Do I got to call back
He's
up there to
spiraling
get a
out.
hold of your doctor?
D-Mock is
I got to
spiraling
get a
out.
hold of your doctor because you don't know what a swimming pool is.
You laugh at like some of the most
We're
ridiculous things that
asking
he
why
said.
you think some of the most small swimming pools need walls. I got an 8-inch puddle of water. Why does it need walls? Why is gravity not holding?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So the smallest swimming pools. Okay, the smallest swimming pools don't need walls. If you ever put like an ant.
I got an aquarium right here, and the fish are not gonna fucking like you when I take the walls away.
Have you ever seen a splash pad?
I can.
The water needs to stay the same. The water needs to stay the same when I take the walls away. Nothing should change. Gravity is gonna now do its job.
D-Mock.
When does gravity do its job? Stop laughing at
When
yourself.
it pulls the
Stop
water
stuttering.
down.
D-Mock.
When does gravity allow you to have an 8-inch tall, 8-inch thick aquarium without
D-Mock.
or glass?
That wasn't your request, D-Mock. I mean, if you're just
The
gonna shift the
request is
goalpost.
gravity holding water. You're
I mean, if you're just gonna shift the goalpost.
Why don't you move your globe?
Water
Why are you moving your whole globe out of the globe category? This dude's taking his whole globe out of the globe. The globe's flying.
He's mad
You would
because
expect water to hold its shape as if it were in a
The
fish
globe
tank.
has a conspiracy against you to not show itself to you. It's lying to you, Globers. The globe lies.
made him
Let's
respond.
answer a question, D-Mock. Oh my
That's he
God.
laughed at himself.
Why do balls lie to you guys?
He's
Why do you
spiraling.
hate balls?
He's
Because
spiraling.
you can't go get the globe pool. I got
Just
my
let him
pools
go.
up here.
He's going to continue like this no matter what.
I know it's
I've
hysterical.
got flat earth
Yeah.
proof walls on my tub. Where are the no walls on your bathtub? On top of hill.
No target. Target locked.
So you guys don't know how curved hill on waters work? Water hills? All around this earth supposed to be water wrapped on top of the hill. Not down in the hill. Not under the hill. Water's not digging for gold.
You taking your medication today, Demo?
Yeah, it's called outside water on the outside of my pill. No mud puddles on my cue ball. Now the water's sitting on there. It's a
Demo,
globe.
push the little button and get the
Since I
orderly
put
to bring your
water,
medication to you.
do
Okay,
you
buddy?
understand that the cue ball has water not inside of it on the outside edge? Blue, do you comprehend the physics of gravity holding the water
Yeah,
in
get
not?
yeah. No,
There
push
are
the
no
button.
pools. There
Push
are
that
no
button and ask
swimming
the nurse
pools
to bring your
on a
medication,
ball
Demo.
of water.
Come on, man.
Your medication is not
You're
being
gonna
able to
get
swim a
hurt.
ball of water. You're never getting
You're
out of
gonna hurt
the
yourself.
You're never getting out of the war, guys. We're never gonna let you fucking psychos out unless you demonstrate your claim, you weird fucks, you storytellers.
Do that all the
This
time.
dumb fuck has a fucking dude that says he knows what balls do with strings and never touched a fucking ball and a string in his life. The retard old bitch. Hey, retard bitch, get a ball and a string from Blue because he's retarded. He doesn't know what
I
one is.
already told you. Like, I don't know why you're still giving me
I
these.
don't know why you don't have a ball and a cat
If you
toy
think
food
I'm
girls
retarded,
pendulum, you dumb
that's
cunt.
just like a
What's your
compliment.
reference for a ball?
I appreciate. If
What
you
is your
think I'm
reference for what a
retarded,
ball do? What's your reference for what a ball does?
it's the
What is
1983.
your reference for what a ball does in a lab, guys? Let's go take a look. Which ball did you use to
Yeah,
reference?
I told you.
Which physics do you use to reference your physical ball at? Which ball?
The one that you're using right now to talk on the phone.
No, which one do you use? See, you guys
Yeah,
can't even
literally
have
the
a
same
long
one that
conversation.
you are using
I never
right
said
now.
I was using any. They don't exist.
Yeah, you are. You
Which ball
absolutely
do
are.
you use that doesn't exist for your model? Which one do you use for your reference frame on how a ball works in physics, you retarded cunts?
Yeah, I already told you the geoid one.
No, you don't tell me nothing. You ain't God, bitch. You show the ball.
Yeah, I've
Why do you think
posted
a
it
ball
multiple
lies to
times
you?
in the chat.
He doesn't trust the ball, you guys. This gentleman doesn't trust physics. He won't touch a physical object. He just keeps telling you what physics does. This guy keeps
has a
talking
kink
about
for
stuff.
balls. Denmark loves balls.
You have a kink for telling us what balls do without touching the ball. Now you're a lying cunt because the ball doesn't agree with you. You lie for balls. You lie against them. You conspire against a fucking ball. You weird ass New York bitch. Stop
meth
fucking
pipe
claiming
down,
this
man.
ball does shit. Stop claiming
Put
the
the meth
ball does
pipe
shit it
down.
don't do.
Come on.
Stop claiming your Magic Harry Potter balls.
You're not making
do
sense.
Stuff they don't. What?
You don't
You're
make
not,
sense.
bitch. I got physics. I got a ball in my hand that's not hold water.
No,
That's
you
an
don't.
Where's your claim at? Now, where's your
What
real
physics
ball?
you got?
This is my reference, bitch. A ball is my reference. As a ball is my witness, it will not hold water. Now, what's
Yep.
your reference?
Look out the window.
Got your globe?
Put the meth
No,
pipe
the
down.
window ain't no ball. We need the ball in the lab. You got
Look out the window and put the meth pipe down.
the ball in my hand I'm looking at. What do we do with it, bitch? I know you don't like physics.
Wait.
We're doing ball physics right now. What do I do to this ball? What's step 2?
What
step
physics
2
tells
to
you
my
that
ball
you're
to
gonna
hold
get water
water?
to stick to that ball?
Your fucking imagination. What's step 2 to your imagination?
What
You guys
physics
took
tells you that
space and
you're gonna
time
get
away?
water to stick to that ball?
Did you take space and time away from this ball? No.
What physics tells you that water's
Did you
gonna stick
take
to that
this
ball?
ball out of reality? How did you
What
guys remove this ball out of reality, out of physical reality? I want to know right now. How did you move the basketball out of the courtroom? The basketball's in the courtroom doing what it does. You guys are claiming it does something, but it's sitting there doing something different. Who do I believe? The ball or fucking dumb cunt retards? Where's your fucking ball reference? I believe the ball.
What is the dumb cunt retards?
I believe
There you
the
go.
ball in physics. The
The dumb
ball in
cunt
physics
retards. I
does
told
one
you,
thing.
believe
We
the
have
wrong
one
thing.
physics.
I
Where
just
are
told
your
you,
other
believe the wrong
physics at,
thing.
guys? Where
I
are
just
your
told you,
globe
believe
physics
the wrong
occurring?
thing.
Where are globe
Who should I
physics
believe?
occurring with a ball?
Denmark, who didn't graduate 8th grade.
What
or
is a fucking ball in class? What? How do you guys know what a ball does? How do you even know
You
the
love
attributes
balls.
of a ball?
You love balls.
You guys don't know anything about them. Why haven't you learned anything about a ball yet? Trying to take you to ball school, guys. One place you won't go. You fucking retards. The one place you steer clear of, ball physics. Why do you guys think this ball's conspiring to you to not hold water? You think the guy ball's just making it up? It just doesn't want to tell you guys.
Great balls of fire. That's why.
So why is the ball lying to you guys about what it will do?
Doesn't just look out the window, dumbass.
So why are you guys talking for physical objects and saying, "Oh, this table's going to do this to Mark"? No, I got the table. It'll do what it's going to do or not, bitch. When you were dead and gone, motherfucker, the ball's still going to be the same ball and going to do the same thing and not do anything different. Now your cunts need to be alive your fucking claim with this ball in real physics. Other than that, you got fucking nothing. Physics kills the globe every day. Real physics that doesn't lie.
J-Monk, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, J-Monk. I did
I'm
not mean to
sorry
make
you have weird
spiral
beliefs.
out this much.
I'm sorry
for
you
making
have weird beliefs.
That one time that
I'm
you
sorry
laughed
you
at
don't
yourself.
trust science. I'm sorry you hate science and physics and balls, dude.
I don't hate
Sorry
science. I
you
rely
don't.
on science.
Science water on top of an 8-inch ball. 2 inches of water on top of the ball. Just the top, not the sides.
I mean, if you can get that ball made out of like a
No, I don't got to do nothing but wait for you to demonstrate gravity's going to do it for you.
Dealing with the
You
heat
don't have to
reaction
do
and all that
nothing. You
stuff.
just have to say, look, gravity right here, this hill. Go to the hill that follows that, somewhere on this earth, and say, look, the mark right here. There's 8 inches of water on top of this hill. Water, not solid, and sitting still, not flowing. Or if you can throw water on the side of the hill, that'll work too. Just make water sit on the side of the hill, on one side, not all around it. Just the hill lake. In the side of the lake, we want to see the vertical lake. We want a vertical lake, not a horizontal lake. Somewhere on this globe has to be a vertical lake. Where is the vertical pond, vertical mud puddle, or vertical
waterfall?
lake?
You want a waterfall?
A vertical mud puddle, a vertical pond. Water sitting still, buddy. My mud puddle ain't no waterfall. You need to go back to class, you retard motherfucking idiots. You guys are like minions. You bark at each other and just say barks, and that means something. No, words have meaning. Don't confuse them.
Let me ask you something, Diamond. Have you ever made an omelet?
We're looking for the vertical fucking hill that goes
You
up.
ever make an omelet?
Slap some water in the side of it. We're gonna
You ever
make
make
a
an
gravity
omelet?
water omelet right now. We're gonna make a water omelet in the side of the hill with gravity, and it's gonna sit still like a lake, not like a waterfall on flat Earth. It's not what we're looking for. We're looking for still water in a hill. You retard fuck.
What?
Gravity's supposed to do its job, right? Why would
Can you just
gravity
repeat
allow
the
water to move?
last 5
Why
minutes you
does
said?
gravity allow water to move out of a
Can
mud
you just
puddle?
repeat the last 5 minutes of what you just
Why
said?
would gravity move my mud puddle water? What's
Can
going to
you
do
just
that?
repeat
You
the last
just
5
said
minutes?
gravity is going to make my mud puddle into a flowing river and a waterfall. Why did you say that? You compared my mud puddle to a waterfall. Why did you do that, you weird dumb fuck?
I don't know. I'm just weird.
A waterfall flows. It doesn't stop. It's basically a river with a piece of dirt taken away, you retarded bitch. If I kick a piece of dirt out of my fucking yard, the water now has to fill that spot and keep going. Now,
What's that mean?
on to the fucking hill. That's flat Earth. That's how flat
Huh?
Earth works. That's how
Who?
flat Earth works. No gravity.
What does?
No gravity. Gravity
So
didn't
what
stop
makes
my water.
what
Gravity didn't
makes
stop
this
my
up now?
water. Gravity never stopped my water. It never held on to it. It never stopped it and caught it. Gravity's supposed to catch water and stick it there, like stick-ups. You fucking dumb cunt. Where did you get your idea of gravity? Show me your gravity ball in the lab so we can take a look and compare what I'm talking about. And you'll all see what I mean.
Who?
Your fucking idea
Who?
for how gravity makes stuff go around a ball. What's that mean? What's it look like? How does
What?
your ocean wrap around your ball? Show me the thicknesses.
Where?
Exactly. Welcome to Flat
Huh?
Earth. No
How?
globe. Physics
Where?
plus globes.
What?
Not in physics class.
Where?
No gravity in physics class.
Why?
Don't worry about it, religious boy. Just keep believing shit.
Quando?
Why? You don't need no whys. You just need to believe. Just
¿Quién?
believe. You don't need no proofs.
¿Dónde?
Fucking weird motherfuckers. Don't prove balls hold water in front of a face. Just say they do somewhere.
Me too. Go look at a lake, dumbass. That's all you got to do. And guess what? A lake is on a globe. Oops.
Now you keep saying that, bitch, but I got an 8-inch hill that just destroyed your whole globe.
No, your 8-inch hill in your backyard
My
means
8-inch
nothing. I know
hill
you think it's
is bigger
important
than
to your trailer, but it's
8-inch
not.
hill is bigger
No,
than
like
your
it's
hoe.
not, Demok.
You have
Demok,
the
you're just
vertical
saying
water.
words.
Yeah, that means something. We're looking for the
Loud
vertical gravity
noises.
water in a hill. No gravity.
Sam?
Gravity's
Is
the
that you,
loud
Sam?
noise. Gravity, is that you, Gravity? Are you gonna squeeze my dick and play with it tonight? Gravity, are you in my ass making me pregnant? You raping me,
Wow, that
Gravity?
escalated
All in the
quickly.
center? Fucking
Demok, you got your
weirdo.
wife pregnant through her ass. Good
You
for
guys are
you.
fucking
That's
weird. Why don't you guys have water stuck to your head? Why
I
don't
do
you
have water
guys
stuck to
have
my head.
water
It's called
stuck all
sweat.
over you?
Yeah,
Where's
it's
your
called
ocean
sweat.
at? Show me the 8-inch part. Show me the 1-inch part. Show me the shallow part.
My 1-inch part isn't 1 inch. It's a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, that's what you keep saying. Cunts with no physics. Cunts with no ruler. When you get a ruler, you're gonna know that you got a millimeter dick, right?
I'm sorry that you have a
No,
1-inch part. My
you'll be
part's a
able to
little bit.
prove something with a
My
ruler.
part,
You'll
my
be able to
member,
prove it with a
is a
ruler.
little bit bigger than 1 inches.
Do you prove it with a ruler, or you just hope?
Yeah, I can prove it with the ruler, but I don't show my dick to
So
guys.
get the 8-inch. We're talking about 8-inch.
I'm sorry, I'm not on
We got an
Grinder for
8-inch
you,
curve
Demok.
of hill. We got an 8-inch
Demok,
curve of hill that
I'm
goes
not on
higher than
Grinder.
one
I'm
side.
sorry.
I'll show you
All right,
my
buddy?
1-inch part, do you not?
So why does the ball scare you guys? Why does the ball with no water
Demok,
make you scared?
what's your Grinder account? Are you with T-Mars on there?
It's a ball with no water. A
Are you
ball
on?
in the
Are
physics
you on
class.
Grinder with T-Mars?
This ball here will never do anything a Glober claims. I'll bet my money on it. You guys got 100 million to 1? What are my odds? 1,000,000 to 1. You fucking low life.
I'll give you
fucking loser.
1,000,000,000 to 1.
You will?
Yeah.
How much money you got in your account? Show me your account number. Show me your account. I want to see your fucking account. I'm not betting you my money unless you got the account. Put in escrow. We're going to sign these papers. I need my odds. I need my betting odds for all you bitches that bet you're on a globe. We're going to go outside and prove it. We're going to prove all the physics you say.
It's not how bets
Already
work,
been
buddy.
proved.
If I
That's
don't
not
pay,
how
you can
bets
sue
work.
me.
Yeah,
If
that's
I
how
don't,
they are.
yeah, if I don't pay, you
I
can sue
bet
me.
no water is vertical in a hill, therefore no vertical thousands of miles of water. No ISS is vertically dropping down along water.
Loud noises.
No, not even a drop.
I love lamp.
Why can't you put water on your wall? Let's put the lake on our wall. How big is the pool on your wall? How
D-Mock,
big is
do
the
you love
vertical
lamp?
pool in your backyard? The
Do you love
vertical
lamp like I
pool.
love lamp?
We're looking
Do you
for
love lamp?
vertical gravity pools. Do
Do
you
you
have
love
a
lamp like I
vertical
like lamp?
gravity pool or not? Just take a
D-Mock, do you
moon
love
rock,
lamp?
take it to your pool, tip it sideways, and your pool won't spill, right? Moon rocks, right? Take a moon
What
rock,
the rocks
get
have
a
to do
moon
with a
rock.
pool, mess?
The moon rock supposedly moves all the tides on your earth, all the pools, all the water. The moon rock moves half of it. So now go in a lab, get your moon rock lion, bitch. Yes, ass fucking retard New Yorker.
I mean, I touched a moon rock in the
Fucking moon
Smithsonian.
rock
I don't know
underneath
what
the
you're talking
bucket.
about.
Put the moon rock under a bucket and turn it upside down, and the bucket ain't gonna spill. The water won't spill, right? Moon rock believer. Moon
That
rock
doesn't make any
physics.
sense except to someone who hasn't put the
The
meth
moon
pipe down
rocks
in
don't
years.
hold water.
I don't know what you're
So
saying.
the moon rocks hold water or not, New Yorker retard fuck. Retard New Yorker who doesn't know
Emma, I
nothing.
know you think you're
Schizophrenic.
insulting me, but when it comes from you, it's kind
You're
of
a
like
fucking
a little
schizophrenic
4 foot,
brother. You
a little
insult
4-pound
yourself.
puppy
You're a
barking at me.
cheerleading retard, bitch.
Like
Do
that's
some
all
math
you are.
in your
It's
life,
pretty
cunt.
sad.
You
Get
don't
out the
know
trailer,
math.
Demo.
You don't
Come
know
on, man.
science. You don't know
Put the
measuring.
meth pipe down.
All you do is say, that Glover's right. That Glover's right. How hard would it be to be your life right now? To get paid by the government to sit here and suck your own dick and say, that dick's right.
I wish I was getting
How
paid by the
smart are
government. I
you?
wouldn't have to like actually do work
You
here right
don't
now.
get
Like, that
paid for
would be
this?
great.
You don't get paid for this?
That would be
You
great.
gotta
No,
be the
Demo,
lowest
we
IQ
don't.
motherfucker I met. You are
Demo,
the
we
lowest
don't. I
IQ
know you think
motherfucker I
that.
met. Come in the room
Oh,
and waste
baby.
your whole life and just say, he's right, he's right. And anyone that's ever asked you a clarifying question, you couldn't answer it. You have no fucking clue. You don't know what you're talking about. You're dumber than a fucking brick. You turd brain bitch.
That's a compliment
That
coming
doesn't
from
hurt
you.
your
I mean,
feelings that you're dumb.
if you think I'm dumb, I must be pretty smart.
You're the
Because
dumbest bitch
you
in
are
this
one of the
room.
craziest bastards I've
You're
ever
the dumbest
heard.
bitch in this room.
We're not doing that. I don't know what you think, Demok. I don't know why you think that's okay to do that, but you know, if you have a learning disability or something, you let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna unfortunately treat you like you got control over yourself. So, you know. If you guys want, I can unmute him, but I'm not really gonna put up with him just flat out bizarrely insulting people.
What up?
Hello, Blob.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's quiet at the moment.
What happened, dude?
I silenced Demok.
You guys timed me out for 7 days and the server died. I mean,
I don't know if it's dead yet.
all right.
I mean, people are hoping, but I don't know if it's quite accomplished that yet.
Yeah, I'm back now. So,
What'd you get timed out for?
it's, I was mean, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. So, are you familiar with the celestial theodolite?
A little bit. Hey, did you guys kick out Mordwand? What happened?
No, he left of his own accord. He got into it with another person and decided to bow out, which
All right. That's a big loss, but okay.
I fully support anybody taking a mental health break or stepping back when they want to or whatever. I mean, I think that's a important part of staying sane.
I gotta go. See you later.
All right. I can no longer tell who's a flat earther and who's not.
Is he still talking about his 1-inch piece with his 8-inch balls?
Who? If you mean Demok, I don't think so. So tonight they're going to be doing the celestial theodolite on Earth Awakens, and they had to, because Geo timed out Jesse just now, and Jesse was going to be challenging them and stuff. They have to go and ask Geo to let him back in. So Geo said, okay, I'll let you back in, but then he's going to extend the timeout.
Gio will say is to prevent Jesse from disrupting the presentation, but he knows what it is.
Well, they're
Which Jesse?
oh, Jesse Path of Light.
So, are you kidding me? He timed him out, but now there's an event, and he's just going to give him a hall pass.
Yep.
That's pretty fucking petty. He timed him out. Oh, we have an event. Oh, the event's going to be, likes, subs, and views. Oh, yeah. So, okay, yeah, he's back. He's back. All right, no big deal. Instead of used on probation, you can only come back for the hour.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, it is in fact a pretty remarkable display of pettiness, but it's we gotta remember it's Geo. So
Geo's I've heard some weird shit, and Geo is right up there with him.
What did you hear?
Well, I hadn't clicked down there in kind of a while, but it was just, I don't know. Everything that's a maybe could be is more likely than anything that's observed or measured.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
well, no, but the maybe could be is because God, creation, supernatural, anything anything at all. If somebody comes up with some super fucked up, wormhole going, entering through the North Pole, coming out, during out the equator, the southern rim of the flat Earth, it goes, oh yeah, I could see it. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that explains everything.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, so my hypothesis is that the final experiment, kind of rattled the flat Earth community pretty good, and Geo really resents that, and he can't take the position that it was fake because
that did seem to be a turning point to where as my position is that the final experiment put a schism in much of the flat Earth, whereas the crazies had to get crazier.
Yeah. Well, also they had to eject what's it?
I don't know. I don't know really why that is entirely, but I saw that debate thing the other day with Jaron.
Yeah, what happened there? What you mean, Witsit versus Jaron?
Witsit and Jaron went at it. Was a Saturday night pay-per-view.
Yeah. How was that?
MC Tune is showing it tonight, right? I think MC Tune is doing react. Yeah, because I kind of wanted to see that.
Oh my God!
I'm definitely not giving Witsit money.
Witsit has re-embraced or continued to embrace and further exaggerate every single flat Earth trope from 2015 in spades. He is so completely locked into everything from we see too far, we don't know what the sun is, God, all of them. Celestial navigation.
He's back to saying that you can't travel to Antarctica and that there's no sunset the sun doesn't set in Antarctica. He's back to that.
No, he said the sun doesn't set in Antarctica, but that doesn't matter because we don't know what it does, and it's only 3,000 miles away, and it's crazy because we don't know what it is. We don't. He kind of also by embracing most of the flat Earth tropes, he also has to embrace all the things flat Earth, has to declare they don't know.
Claim to know so much and at the same time claim to know nothing at all.
Well, that's one of the things that the final experiment did, is it made them put more things in the they don't know column, but then they had to add to that, they don't know, nobody knows, and it's not knowable, like what the sun is, why the sun can do whatever it's doing in Union Glacier, because the Earth is flat, and if the sun's circling around Union Glacier, well, then the sun can circle around Union Glacier on flat Earth. But, oh, it's a flat Earth proof. Yeah, because since that happens on flat Earth, then it happens on flat Earth. There you go. Points of light in the sky, don't know.
Well,
Celestial navigation.
here's what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. He's getting away from the interactions with opposition, and that's going to set him free, just the way Dave Weiss does, to just blab a line of consciousness that doesn't make any sense without anyone to check him. And then he's talking about writing some little short books or things describing how you've been fooled and all this stuff, basically putting his thoughts on paper. He'll be selling that. He's going full monetized, and he will not be interacting, and he won't be debating, I bet you.
Yeah, he sounded no different than Dave Weiss. You're right. I mean, that's how tightly he's embracing everything we've ever heard from Flat Earth about why the Earth is flat or why it can't be globe in spades. And Jaron was kind of, frustrated. Go like, Jaron, they were at loggerheads, or they were in polar opposites. There was no kumbaya moment. Oh, I haven't talked to you since the trip. How you been? It's kind of like, it was just, how can you possibly, Jaron's,
You betrayed me.
How can you? Yeah, exactly. Well, it didn't. Yeah, Jaron's history of flat Earth, I didn't even hear that come up.
Was Whitsitt saying that he was a never flat earther?
Oh, Whitsitt is Whitsitt is always a flat earther. Always was a flat earther. Will be a flat earther.
No,
And
but
Whitsitt,
was Whitsitt saying Jaron?
I don't think that was not even part of the discussion.
Well, he can't really. I mean, he doesn't want to crap on Jaron. So first off, they're friends as far as you can be friends with anybody in this space. Yeah.
Well, they're friends. They're friends that haven't talked in 7 months.
Right. Well, I mean, they're friends. Then they might be on the outs, but what Whitsitt wants is he wants back in to the community.
Yeah, because as you pointed out,
He wants money.
On Earth Awakening, he kind of got pushed aside because Whitsitt was taking some sort of middle ground, and they jumped all over his shit, and then he was kind of gone. Now he is so completely back into Flat Earth classic.
Did you see his comeback video? What's it? Like his, whole thing. It seems like his new argument is, I'm not going to make any claim at all, and everybody just has to prove things to me. Like, that's literally what he was saying in his word salad of bullshit way. Because I don't think I've ever heard that guy say anything that makes any sense. It's just words.
He went. It's particularly the one. He has so many things that are so fucking outrageous that it's kind of hard to pick one out. But his description of celestial navigation, he's speaking with all authority on how it's done, and not one syllable of that was true.
Put him in a little sailboat and tell him, go ahead, buddy. Celestial navigate your way home. Let's see if you can do it.
He wouldn't do it.
Well,
And
it's work. Well,
he would be. He need the Coast Guard to rescue him.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like if you're on like some sort of cruise boat, and all everything electronic crapped out, and they say, well, we got a sextant. Who's going to use it? Him or me? we have to vote. We have to vote. Who's going to be the navigator?
I'll vote the guy that did it for years and years. Like, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to vote the guy that knows what he's doing, not the guy who just knows how to sound good to a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's There's not really any question about that.
But that would be the final experiment is to get a bunch on a boat, go a couple hundred miles off Hawaii, and then say, okay, guys, you're on your own. Now, in that case, all they really have to do is figure out what direction to go. But they couldn't even, that can't even do that. Think of some random direction from Hawaii. There you go. Where do you think you are? Do we go north? No. We need to go south. Right? Really? I think we're the east. Really? No. Why do you say that? Well, because the sun got smaller.
Well, the people who claim the sun does change size over the day, I mean, that's that's just like well, if you can show it, you got a pretty good
That's flat Earth. That's a flat Earth 102. Anything you see, they dismiss. They only embrace things you don't see. The dome is real because nobody can see it. Sunsets are fake because everybody can see it. Gravity is fake because everybody can experience it. South Pole used to be fake because nobody could go there. It might still be fake because nobody can go there, although people do go there. So that's, yeah. We see too far, can't be a globe. We don't see far enough, can't be flat.
Yeah, you don't see a globe. Exactly. No globe. It's nowhere to be found.
No flat, doesn't happen.
Oh no, it's flat. No, when you look at it, yeah, that's what we have evidence of.
Who's got that picture of flat basketball?
You don't got it on you?
No, I changed computers a while ago. I lost all the images. And they're going back to the old classics.
Yeah, like I said, no globe. Just saying that flat Earth doesn't work. Still no globe.
Okay.
Well, if you're gonna say no globe, you need to be able to at least Steelman reciprocal zenith angles.
I got kicked out. I got kicked out of Geos for a week for asking why he was afraid of the Eratosthenes measurement.
Yeah, Jesse's got timed out for. He asked the question of Geo. I think that are you of the position that if you're a true flat earther that you'll never go back to the globe? And they started jumping on him, calling it a loaded question, and and he did. All he said was, "It's just a question." But Galactica or whatever his name is, and Geo and a couple others were all over him, and Geo wound up timing him out, for re-asking the question.
Galatrax.
Yeah,
Galatrax.
Yeah. Yeah, Steelman reciprocal zenith angles. You think your triangles sum up to over 180 degrees. Easy stuff.
Well, that's just the super easy one. So that's why that's kind of highlighted, because that's so dirt simple, so definitive, and anybody can do it. Coming up with stuff that they're difficult for other people to do, that's okay. It's like, sure, if you're some sort of university research group, what can I do? Well, reciprocal zenith angles. Do a lot of them, and then you'll see it quite clear.
that. I need to go to space. Enough of this globe-proof wall on a ball too big to see globe-proof.
You see,
Used
that's
to
my
be-
point. So that's exactly my point. Going to space, that's a very high bar. It's not impossible, but we are not going to do that. But reciprocal zenith angles, we can. Eratosthenes measurements, we can.
Yeah, people are just tired of the globe not substantiating itself.
Yeah, like
It
that
does,
round
though.
trip, that round trip from Santiago to Sydney that's been regularly scheduled for 20 years.
Yeah, we don't know how fast those planes are really going.
See, that's exactly my point. We don't know how
Right,
fast the
because-
787 flies. That's like
because there's-
unattainable or secret knowledge.
Yeah, Qantas bought some supersonic 787s apparently.
And they used to do it with a 747. Yeah, we don't know how fast the planes are going. That is the perfect flatism. That's what I was saying a while ago, is they had to put more stuff in the we don't know, we can't know. Oh, secret special planes, or the 300-mile-an-hour tailwind, but then they do it round trip. Well,
Both
the
ways.
tailwind oscillates with the schedule. So think about that for a second. Some flat earthers, Dave Weiss was talking about a 300-mile-an-hour tailwind, disregarding the fact that the plane has to turn around and go back into that wind.
Oh, and how about the fact that Lantham flies, I think, about 8 hours before Qantas flies that route? And actually, sometimes the flights are bound both ways at the same time.
I don't know nothing about scheduling. 2 airlines do it. Regularly scheduled, even if it's only twice a week.
Here's Lantham flight; it's airborne as we speak.
Whatever the routine is. It's not
Well,
like,
Lantham
is that
Lantham
like,
flies down,
in the Guinness book back in 1967 they did it once. No, it's like every week.
Here's the Lantham flight that's airborne as we speak. It's almost there. They're going way south. The winds must be really strong, or so they could avoid them. I have a couple of the Qantas flights were actually over Antarctica a little bit.
They take advantage of the tailwind going in one direction, and they try to avoid the headwind as much as they can as in the other direction. The wind isn't 300 knots.
Yep, that's why the westbound flight from Santiago to Sydney goes significantly further south than the eastbound route.
There's one that I found just looking around on flight radar that goes, I think it's from Sao Paulo to Perth, that actually at times flies over the South Pole.
Really?
Yeah, so that's why Dave Weiss needs to cough up six Bitcoins. He said
Paulo.
specifically that flight would prove it.
Yeah, Toon made a video. It's like 11 hours long. Just chain of every time Weiss said that he's got 2 Bitcoin, 3 Bitcoin. I'll pay you 3 Bitcoin. And
No,
it's like 11 hours of it.
No, I thought that. Well, I didn't click on it, but I assumed that 11 hours was Critical Think's video.
No, that's just Dave Weiss saying that he would
The
pay the
number of
Bitcoin
times,
and yeah.
the number of times he made the bet to the world, huh?
Yep.
And then that tour operator, was it White Fox, whatever it is? They go from South Africa to Antarctic the Antarctic coast, and then they have a second flight which goes from the coast to the South Pole, and from, of course, ALE runs from Santiago to Union Glacier, and additionally a second flight to go to the South Pole. They meet up at the same place, both heading from two different continents, both going south the whole time.
I think ALE flies out Punta Arenas, but it's close. Oh, here, wait a minute. Here, look, this guy's airborne. This is South African flight is from Perth to Johannesburg. He's airborne too.
But again, two commercial operators running tourists in Antarctica. The land where you can't go. And of course the clockwise and counterclockwise rotations.
I want someone to ask Woodson who checked his passport when he got to Antarctica.
Everybody asks that. Ask Jaron, where's your stamp? Ask McToon, where's your passport stamp? He goes, there's no passport control. As far as South Chile is concerned, they never left the country.
Stamp. I think he said down there that you can go and stamp your own, just kind of like commemorative, but
yeah, souvenir stamp.
Want to do that with his?
Yeah, souvenir stamp. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they show you a little cartoon, a little graphic, a little GIF image of a little plane flying across a Mercator projection. And it's like, oh yeah, definitely means we're on a globe.
Well, that's why Critical Think videotaped his entire flight.
Yeah, but why is the path curved on the Mercator projection?
The plane is flying a curved path, you think?
No, it's flying on the Mercator projection. Yeah, it is.
You guys just treat everything in 3D space as if you're in. It doesn't matter what's going on. It says everything globe, because no matter what, you're on a globe. It doesn't matter what's going on.
Well, that's why this flight from Santiago to Sydney it went way down by Antarctica because it's the shortest distance on a 3D object.
Yeah, you don't even know. Every time you try to do anything, first you must transform reality into a globe. Like no matter what you do.
First, you transformed the globe into a flat projection and expected to not act that way. Got it?
Yeah, but you see, like you have to transform reality because you don't have a globe.
You transform the globe into a flat map and then expect when it travels the straight distance between 2 points over the highly curved part that's been put flat, it looks like a curve. That's correct.
Yeah, flat looks like a curve. Got it.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you don't sound cuckoo.
Because when you have here, look
okay,
at Sydney,
okay, we got straight.
Sydney.
I just posted flat, straight, and curved. They're both maps are correct, and that's the route they really fly. If you don't think for a second that globe earthers have the ability to transform reality. You got to go with success. Got to go with what works. Reality's kind of that way.
Yeah, reality, what you experience, what you see, what you observe, what you can test.
Right.
No globe there.
There is a globe there. The Great Circle Route's pretty much globe.
Nope.
Orbiting satellites. What's next? Orbiting satellites are fake or don't exist?
You're at the center of something too big. You don't experience the globe. It's too big.
Yeah, what do you mean? Oh, it's too big because you're an ant on the globe, yet you can measure it. You could do that in your backyard.
You can't experience the globe. It's too big. Period. What are you talking about?
You can experience the globe. You can do the Artesians measurements probably past solar noon where you live, so you have to do it tomorrow. But you can do it.
12-hour flight from Santiago, Sydney is experiencing the globe.
Yeah. If you know anything about flight planning, you realize that these long flights, actually short flights too, but it's not quite as uh, visible. But these long flights are flying straight lines between 2 points over the surface of a sphere.
Straight lines between 2 points on
Yep,
a
straight line,
sphere.
2 points over the surface of a
Nice,
sphere.
dude. Hell yeah, dude. You make no
Yeah,
fucking sense.
get a string and a globe, and do it yourself.
In spherical trig, there is the great circle is in fact confined to the surface of the Earth. Therefore, it's not straight in the Euclidean sense, but it's still 2 points with the shortest distance between and confined to the surface. Just like the route of a ship going from China to California, that is called a straight line, great circle, but yeah, it's confined to the surface of the water.
Exactly. You draw a straight line, no matter what, it's confined to the sphericity. No matter
just
what.
like
Straight line is curved. Thank you.
just like the map, just like
No,
the
no.
two, just like
Straight
the two
line-
maps I plotted.
A straight line is
Right.
straight.
So no
an
matter
ant,
what,
like
you
an ant,
transform
like an
everything to a
ant,
sphere.
like an ant walking across a basketball. It would be a straight line.
Right. Exactly. You draw a straight line, and then in your mind, you tell yourself that you drew a curved one.
Now, what happens is that you take your straight line on the globe and you put it on a projection of the globe, like this Mercator projection that they use, or even worse, on the AE projection, and you end up with some really long curved lines.
I know, dude. You see a straight line, and you say it's curved. I know.
No, you don't. It depends on how you plot it. See, this is the problem. You can't think in 3 dimensions, obviously. You make a
Yes, I
lovely
can.
pilot.
I could think in 3D dimensions. What's wrong
You
with
can.
that?
Then what's your problem with this?
With what? What are you presenting?
The flights from Santiago to Sydney.
Yeah.
They fly a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points.
A little cartoon digitized
How do you
telemetry.
mean
I know.
cartoon?
Yes, I know.
Critical Think. You have Critical Think posting uncut video out his window for the 12-hour flight. I didn't watch all 12 hours. It's too boring.
That guy sounds like a bozo.
Yeah. of
Well,
course he's a
yeah,
bozo.
but you also got to. Then you're calling
Of course he's a
everybody
bozo,
on that
'cause-
plane flight. You're talking. So Qantas Airlines is a bozo. Lantam Airlines is a bozo. Everybody who takes that flight routinely are bozos. Is that your point?
Yes.
It's just a Boeing 787. But you don't know how fast they really fly. Yeah, the speed of a jet airplane is also one of those things that Flat Earth can never know. You guys are experts.
Well, you guys also say you can never prove anything with science, so I don't know why you claim to know things.
That's true. You cannot absolutely prove things 100%. That's true. So what?
Oh, very nice. Master Show.
Well, you can, however, prove things false, and you can prove that the Earth being flat is false. So that's
Well,
provable.
and as far as proving, okay, we have the same certainty of the shape of the Earth as we do a billiard ball. So if a billiard ball might not be a sphere, then okay, you can apply that same possibility to
Can I
Earth.
ask you? You're a surveyor, right?
Yep.
When you get like all the data and then you pick what is correct, you just like appeal to the satellite information you're given for like the globe measurements.
Nope. Not necessary. That's just the current state of technology utilizing orbiting
So how do you?
satellites.
So
That's
how
just
do
the
you?
better
How do
way
you
of doing it.
How do you pick what to cherry pick and what to just throw out that is incorrect? How do you know the difference?
I don't throw anything out. Why you would just say what I picked to throw out?
You keep everything that everything you measure is exactly the Earth Earth measurements.
Definitely.
Within tolerance to the instrument? Yeah, I haven't thrown out any data.
So you're saying that the instrument, so all the error that isn't the exact Earth measurements is just instrument failure. So what you're saying?
Well, yeah, but we're talking very small errors.
So how do you know, other than like just like already having a model for the Earth's shape, and how do you know that what you're calling instrument error is not?
Well, again, the instrument error is small, but I take all the measurements, see how they fit together. That's it.
how they fit
And
together.
on the top, but on the topic of proofs, I mean, I want to go back. We can't prove things in science, but there are things called directly observed facts, and it's a directly observed fact that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
That's what I
was right
tried.
now.
That's what I tried to. That's what I made a comment. I made that comment a second ago. Yeah, we are talking indirect measurement. That has a different certainty, but when you can just fucking see it like a billiard ball, that's now we're in a binary. It either is
You've
or
been
it
to
isn't.
space? You've been to space?
No, I have not been to space. That
But you
was
haven't.
exactly my. That was
You haven't
also my
seen
point.
curvature.
That was
Oh, so you
also
can.
my point with the zenith angles. That's something you can do.
You've
Have you
never
been to
seen the
China?
curvature.
Have you been to China? I've seen the curvature. Have you been to China?
No, but where?
Yeah, how do you know
What?
China exists?
I don't. I'm
Oh, okay.
open-minded.
China doesn't exist now because you've never been there. Got it.
No, I mean I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying I
Well, you're
verified.
saying, wait a minute, hold on. You're not saying it doesn't exist, but you're saying that the the Earth at curve being
I was kind of kidding, dude. Like obviously China exists. There's mad Chinese people. That'd be crazy.
Oh, I see.
You know
So
how many people
only
have to be in on
you
it?
can cherry
There's so many.
pick. So you can cherry pick what you believe and what you choose not to believe, right? So your standard changes based
Well,
on
so how many people have claimed to have been to space? Like that's that's obviously
people been
easier
to
lie
space?
to pull
Like
up.
1,000 or so.
Yeah, are they all Freemasons?
No.
How many Russian Freemasons are there? How many Chinese Freemasons are there? How many Italian Freemasons are there?
Probably a lot.
721 people have been to space. Should be more than that.
There's some Italian Freemasons in this room right now.
This is the place where I usually point out I have a lifelong friend who flew tetherless in space. There's a video I'll put in the chat. You can watch, you can go to the timestamp and see him out with a satellite, see the curved Earth that he saw, the globe Earth that he directly observed. Now, you can believe I'm lying to you. You can believe he was lying to me. You can believe it was CGI back 30 years ago when this video was made, but you have to deal with it somehow.
All right, this list has
Yeah, just like you can
690
believe. Yeah, just like you can choose to believe that the Sydney Santiago flight is done with an airplane that we don't know the speed of.
This list lists 695 people that have been to space. This is using the 100-kilometer mark.
Yeah, we see a sunset. Nope, that's an optical illusion. Night happens. Don't know why. We can
Hey, do you
see
think that
stars.
Yuri Gagarin was a Freemason? Because he was a Russian.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, Freemasons, the Jesuits, the Catholics. It's like, but for some reason, they're the evil ones. I don't get it.
Well, Pinky's obviously lying to you, right?
As the guy just said, directly observable fact. That's why flat Earth don't like directly observed facts. They only like stuff they don't see.
You directly observe what appears to be flat because your globe is too big.
Incorrect. You can object. I mean, these guys in space are seeing it. The U2 guys see it.
Well,
the SR-71 guys, they definitely saw it. I've seen it from 50,000 feet.
Yeah.
The Concorde guys, they saw it all the time. And they were at like 60,000 feet. I mean, just saying no because you believe that the Earth is flat without proof doesn't count. Sorry.
Well, they got looks like.
I just like one proof that the Earth is flat. You know, one evidence that the Earth is flat other than it looks flat or water.
Yeah, every single day with your eyes, you observe directly the Earth appearing as a flat surface. Now, you want to deny reality, have fun, man. But you give the
Except if you
argument
measure.
credence every day when you come in here and try to talk to people that agree with you.
Well,
They agree, man. Everybody
where's the
perceives the Earth
measurement?
as flat. We
Where's the
all see
measurement
the
of
same
flat?
thing as you.
Where's the measurement? So I mean, other than it looks flat, have you got a measurement of this flatness? Have you got some flat Earth
You're trying
equivalent,
to find
some
out the
flat Earth equivalent,
significance.
some flat Earth equivalent of the Eratosthenes measurement that I could do, please?
Hey, disengage.
I'm sorry, I'm not reaffirming globe with you.
You have a equivalent, something similar to the Eratosthenes measurement, the flat Earth Eratosthenes that
He's
lived
pretending
10,000 years ago.
satellites don't exist.
What?
You're pretending satellites don't exist.
I don't think I've ever said that.
Well, I just heard it in your voice a second ago when you said, oh, do you just trust what you get from satellites and shit? Well, okay, we have polar orbiting satellites.
That was
Satellites.
not me.
Okay.
I don't think that was me.
Okay, I apologize. My mistake. My mistake.
It's all good.
There are flirts that deny satellites exist.
They're becoming rarer.
Satellites can work on a flat Earth, in my opinion.
Can a satellite go from the North Pole to the South Pole in 45 minutes? Oh, yeah, wait a minute. The flat Earth doesn't have a South Pole.
I want to see orbital mechanics, the math to how it works on a flat Earth, please.
Well, he said in his opinion, guys. So I mean,
They talk about breaking the second law of thermodynamics, but they'll have the sun circling a disk. How many laws of physics did they just break?
Wasn't there a proposed mechanism doing to do with the toroidal field?
I mean, when you look up and you see a celestial object circle in the sky, why would that be breaking the laws of physics? Clearly, the physics requires that to be able to happen.
Because it can't work on the flat Earth. There's no way that you don't know the
On a
mechanics.
flat Earth physics, yeah, things can circle above a flat Earth. What are you talking about?
No.
Well, yeah, then we're going to need what sort of laws or physical laws that cause or allow that to happen, and then we're going to need the math of that.
You got the toroidal magnetic field. The higher things go, the more it's charged.
Magnet.
Then we're going to need the math of that and observations.
Yeah, dude. We do need the math. Except I'm not able to go above the Earth every point.
No, you don't have to go above.
Well, you see, that's the thing with the globe. With the globe,
voltage gradient.
Yeah, to measure the globe, we don't have to leave the Earth.
You don't have to go above the Earth.
To measure.
You don't have
to
to.
measure
You don't
what's
have to go
happening in the magnetic
outside.
field.
You don't have to leave your damn chair to figure out the math that'll explain how it works on a flat Earth.
Right, so you could just presume your whole globe model just by sitting in your chair.
No, not an assumption. It's math. Describe.
Well,
math
I'm
is a
talking about
language.
going out and actually testing the voltage gradient.
Go do it.
Well, that's what I did, but you don't like it.
How many amps are in this voltage gradient?
You said who didn't like it? Why wouldn't I like that?
Well, I made my measurements. I bring them here all the time. People in flirts don't like it.
I would look at that. Some people want to see stuff. They want to see the data. You want them to bend over, or you want them to be curious and actually see the data.
Yeah, I brought the data here so often. I'm tired of it. Yeah, I could bring you data. Okay, and the math's involved. Look, so and that brought up the comment of the reciprocal zenith angle. It's just too easy to do.
Yeah, how come? What's the flat Earth equivalent to the reciprocal zenith angles? How come? How come whenever I ask for evidence of the flat Earth, you suddenly shut up?
Well, because he has looks like.
Oh, it looks like I got that one on.
But doesn't it measure flat?
No, it doesn't.
According to them, it does.
Oh, no.
It's literally strictly impossible to measure something to be flat. All you can do is give a minimum possible radius.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we're giving them
Well,
tolerance.
hang on a minute, Jen.
Yeah, we're giving them tolerance. If they can come up with a radius of 1,000,000 miles or more, then yeah, we'll call it flat.
And it's interesting, as I mentioned, as I mentioned in the chat, sea level. If you take the thing that we call sea level, which is a geoid, you take that geoid. It's really interesting to notice that there is no physical surface you have ever encountered in your life, including optical flats, high precision optical flats, that is as flat as sea level. There's no physical surface that is that flat.
Mm. Well, hang on, gents. I mean, with all due respect, I hear a lot of very passionate and sincere people continuously telling me the Earth is measured flat. So where are they getting this from?
They just say it. They're talking out of their ass. You literally strictly cannot. How would you measure something to be flat? It's just not possible. You can't do that.
Well, they can't all be lying to me.
So it's possible that it is flat, impossible that they're lying to you.
So no such thing as water levels anymore?
Water level, not
Well,
is it a water
you know.
level or a water flat? I forget. Is it a water horizontal or a water level?
Why are we pretending water levels don't exist? I don't know.
Well,
Wait, hold on,
no, we're
water
not
level
pretending. No, but
versus water
right
flat.
there in the brochure, they say you can use a water level for either flat or level. It's your option.
Is it a water horizontal or a water level? I forget what they call that thing. And how far have you actually used the water? How far have you actually used the water level to measure the level? How far?
You guys are arguing with the physical properties of water, not me.
How far have you measured water to be level using the water level?
Water's level. Water is level as far as you want.
Yeah,
I mean,
physical
that's
property
the property of water. Is that
Yeah, exactly. It's practical.
Can I ask you a simple question?
Practical. We utilize it as if it creates a
using
horizontal.
the device.
It's practical to treat it as such. Look at that.
Using the device we call a water level. How far have you
Been
actually
doing that
measured
for hundreds of years.
How far have you actually measured level?
No one ever stopped.
I don't know what you
treating
mean.
water
Water,
like
if it weren't for tides and winds,
using the
the
device we call
entire
the water
ocean
level.
would be level.
Using the device we call a water level. How far have you actually measured level?
You didn't measure any earth here, so.
Once again, I don't know what you mean by measuring
you a simple
level.
question. Yeah, using the
NASA,
device we call a water level.
can you
how far have
hear?
actually
Can you
measured
hear
the
Parks?
Water levels are level as far as you want. If there weren't for
How far
tides
have you
and
actually used
winds,
one though?
the entire ocean would be level.
How far have you actually used the device we call a water level? Wasn't the tube and all that. How far have you actually used one?
Well, I don't know why that matters, but as far as you
matters
want.
because- No, it matters because I want to know how far you've actually used the device we call a water level to measure level.
Okay, wonder away.
You used to say that the ocean is level is making a huge assumption.
No, it's not. It's the nature
not,
of
but
gravity.
using-
I mean,
but
you
using-
guys
using
agree
device-
that water
I don't
finds
think
its
NASA
level.
can hear you. NASA, can you hear him?
I'm hearing him. I'm saying how using the device, the little device with the 2 cups and the water and all that. How far have you actually measured level?
I don't think you're hearing Parks. I think you're hearing the other guy.
Isn't that John? That's not Professor Parks. That's
Okay,
Parks
my
is
mistake,
not
John.
here.
Yeah, can you hear John?
Yeah.
John, say hello.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right. That's
NASA
me.
can't hear John.
I mean, I know sometimes we use water levels, to talk about horizontal, and that works over any distance that you've ever used a water level. But a water level will tell you level over any distance you want. It's the nature of water, to undisturbed water, to be level. That's what water does.
So, but using the device we call a water level, how far has a flurf actually measured water to be level? Come on, it's got to be a number.
Well, and it goes.
We could just make
definition-
horizontal segments if we wanted
Yeah,
to.
it go, yeah, but it
Excuse
goes
me,
to the definition
excuse
of
me, is it a
level.
water horizontal or a water
Yeah,
level?
if I make a bunch of horizontal segments,
Is it?
right,
So
you're
it's
going to
called
say
a
that
water
they're all
horizontal now.
bending. They're all
So it's called a
bending to Earth's
water
radius.
horizontal now. So it's called a water horizontal now. I thought it was a water level.
And whenever you're done cockatooing
Being
over there, let
silly
me know.
now. Yeah.
So you still haven't answered my simple question. Are you going to answer me on how far you've actually used this device to measure what level?
I haven't used the device at all, so there's my answer.
I just suggested making horizontal segments. Are you going to tell me I
How
can't
far?
create a
How far?
horizontal by extending it by making
Wait a
segments?
minute, hold on. We're using the
Or
water
is my
level.
horizontal?
Not,
Or is my horizontal going to bend?
I'm using a water level, not a water horizontal. How far have you actually used
Wow,
that?
you don't even care to understand what I'm asking you.
How far have you used one of these machines? It's a simple question.
Oh,
Have you
for
used one
fuck's
at
sake!
all? Have you ever
Time
used one?
to move on. I think.
Well, no, he's obviously not going to answer the question. The farthest I've used one is about 20 feet.
Do you
and
want
I
to
was
go
making
back
a
to
dent.
looking in the sky? You want to go back to your shadows since you know
How
again?
far? No, you going to ask how far you've used the water level, or are you just going to chicken out?
Well, and I'll go back to my case in point. I just put up the instructions for a precision water level that you can buy. And why do they make the distinction of horizontal and or flat and level? Because level is hydrostatic equilibrium.
Yeah, right. So we're going to say that's not happening anymore.
No, hydrostatic equilibrium is the radius of the Earth. Yeah, we got it.
I don't know how you know that. It's not what you observe.
Oh, it's exactly what we observe.
No, you observe the equilibrium, which is, equal elevation along the surface.
And we have the geometry of that surface by measuring. Yeah, we're good.
Yep,
We have
you're
a
saying
photograph.
flat is,
We have the,
yeah,
we
flat
have the
is first.
photographs of that surface. We have photographs of that surface from the weather satellites. We're good.
Okay, well that's a different subject. All right, you got it.
Well, the photograph is of the oceans from the satellites is the photography of a fluid in hydrostatic equilibrium.
But you just totally all right. If you say so, man. Pictures from space. Gotcha.
There you go. Flat Earth 102. Deny things that are real. Embrace things that are not.
It's not my fault their evidence of, Earth from space is fucking weird looking. Yeah,
Fucking weird looking.
Show me the South Pole. You're really circumnavigating satellites over the South Pole. Show me.
Sideways over the South Pole? Like, are you even hearing yourself?
No, that's not what I didn't say sideways. I said they're supposedly circumnavigating satellites over the South Pole. Show me. I'm just supposed to believe these stories, man. It sucks. It's not fun.
It's not possible.
Yeah, whatever, man. Don't make it about what I think. It's not going to go well. I'm not about to.
I don't
blow
believe
it
it
up.
is one. I don't believe it is one thing. It's not possible is an entirely different thing, surely. It's a funny old world, isn't it?
Well,
Tell you
the
what,
creator, he made this realm where you live. You experience. He made this realm so you would experience what you think is a globe as flat.
but why would he do that?
I don't know. That's what he did.
I mean, the trouble is not only is the world complicated, but the instruction manual is shit. He wouldn't get a job at IKEA, I can tell you that much for starters.
Yeah, you know, everybody's treating the ground as flat. Airplanes, aircrafts, everybody. If people live their whole lives and the ball never becomes their experienced reality, and people accept that, and there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. No ball, therefore no ball believer.
Right now, 21 million people come into our country.
What are y'all doing? Anyone here? Hello? Hello?
days. Have we been too mean to the flirts? Too many timeouts? Too many facts.
just want to say it's nice and quiet in here now.